Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone to the PSL. PSL Elisa Viihde Fall Challenge. I'm Chunks. I'm going to be your host for the evening. Hold on a second. We're having some technical issues with PUBG. I'm Chunks. I'm going to be your host for the evening. Thank you everyone for joining me. We are here with an absolutely stacked lobby tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely stacked. First up, we got Babos Genetic. I've seen these guys a couple times before. Not seen them really playing at that top tier just yet. But I think that this might be the day. Next up, we got Dinos Rats. I need to apologize. Obviously, this is a Finnish league. So we have a lot of teams that I might not be the best at pronouncing. We have Team Existential. Another Finnish name I can't pronounce. Yet another Finnish name. We have Lazy Snipers, Major Militia, Never Eco, Pooha Pet, Raise Your Edge, I'm sure we're all aware of, Shift W, Team Yeep, Uncut Jewelry, and Wookie Esports. It's an absolutely stacked lobby, not forgetting YMCA Esports. We're just waiting for the final few players to get into the lobby, and then we will be good to go. So please do me a favor. I'm observing this solo tonight, so I want to know what teams you guys want to see spectated. Spam those emotes in chat. Show some love for your favorite teams. If they die early, they could end up hopping into the chat. Seeing all the support, giving them the motivation they need to come in and absolutely dominate in the next few games. So as we just wait a couple more minutes, I want to say thank you to the sponsors tonight. We got Elisa Viihde, Legion by Lenovo, PUBG Finland, of course, who have organized and are running this event. Coty Pizza, of course, Noble Chairs. Thank you, everyone, for helping out with this event. It's going to be an absolutely awesome one. And I'm just excited to get into the games as we're just loading into the lobby in a matter of seconds. And I'm sure we're all looking forward to it. There's a couple teams I'm sure a lot of us may not have heard of, but these top tier teams, Shift W, Raise Your Edge, these top tier players, I'm sure they're going to be our focus for the night. I hope you guys are just as excited as I am. We have got a bit of a delayed start. So for the time being, we're just going to go back to our intro screen for just a couple minutes. But I promise you, we'll be back shortly with the PSL Elisa Viihde Fall Challenge Round 1, Group number 3. I will see you guys in a couple of minutes for the start of the game. the doozy here from Razor Edge, as we do see Nugar is going to be very close by over to the east. There's a lot of water in this circle and a lot of unplayable terrain, so teams are going to be very limited in terms of where they can play. Expect a lot of these early game fights now, as teams are going to be fighting for those small bits of cover, trying to get themselves some form of hard cover in this circle. So real quick, let's hop on board with Never Eco is away from Tarkov. He's going to spot out Chris from Shift W. Takes the SLR shots. Not going to be able to connect, as Chris is able to just about get behind that cover. Blutcher, however, should be able to maybe get a better angle over onto this, as he is further over towards the east. Decides to just focus on looting for the time being. Chris carries on here from Shift W, continuing to move up that hill. He's broken LOS now, and this is his chance to return the fire. Doesn't spot out any players, as Rudy and Salty going to have a little bit of an issue accidentally knocking their teammate. Butcher has been spotted out up on the top, so does Heidke. So it's a question of, is Chris going to take these shots? He sees the free kills, connects with the headshot, gets the knockdown onto Blutcher. One player down here already. Goes for the tires on the vehicle, as now Never Eco are going to be forced to go for the revive. Not sure whether they're going to be able to capitalize onto this, as Shift W are going to be moving a little bit further to the northeast, over towards Elisa. However, Never Eco are going to be at a bit of a disadvantage, having one player knocked ready. As the circle closing in, teams now going to be forced to start their rotates over. We'll pull up the map for the time being so that you guys can see exactly where all of your favorite teams are. So we do see over on the eastern side, could have a little bit of an issue here as Team Yeep start to rotate up to the north. They spot out Dino's vehicles ahead of them, or it's a question of whether they're going to decide to take these shots or not. They are not. They are inside the circle, sorry. So they will not have to move just yet. There is always the potential that it could end up messy here. As teams starting to rotate in, we see Major BO. He's going to be taking a couple shots over towards 7. Major Militia trying to get a couple shots over towards them. Not sure whether they're going to be able to connect, as BO deciding not to take the shots until the very last minute. Goes for the shots onto the Bronco, connects onto the vehicle, but just not able to connect with that head of any of the players rotating. So not picking up any points for the time being, as 7 will be able to make it in to the circle, but with such limited space, such a large amount of unplayable terrain that the zone could shift off of, it could be messy, as Ban is going to be able to get the opening knock over here towards Milky. The rest of Team Yeep will be able to move away, as Lopez going to be driving that vehicle, grouping up with his teammate. We hop on board with Chris here from Shift W. He spots out the vehicle and spots out the player. Goes for the wheels on towards that Bronco. Wants to try to deny Dino the possibility of a rotate wherever possible, as he's scouting out now. Knows there could be more players nearby, as Dino, they're not 100% certain on where those shots came from, so they do have to be careful. Shift W with a very strong aggressive split now. Definitely one of the stronger teams inside of this lobby, and could just do so much damage. Definitely expecting these guys to perform very strongly today. And these splits, nothing shocking from them. Playing aggressive, taking those strong positions, and making it hard for these teams to move in. Takes a couple more shots over towards Dino, however, not going to be able to connect with them. Chris split off from the rest of his team, as the vehicle should be safe. Spots out the head and knows that Chris has been spotted now, so looking like he wants to go for the reposition. Zone closing in. It's about to pop, and we will see how things end up unfolding down to the south. Let's hop on board real quick with Hallelujah. He's going to be trying to make a push. However, spots out Salty Mate, decides to move back off of it. Then back up north, Raise Your Edge. Now a doozy going to be catching some fire from YMCA Esports. Hops in the Bronco, decides to dip. Knows he doesn't want to overcommit to this fight, as Raise Your Edge with a very strong position, split out among this junkyard. So they are not wanting to engage just yet. Zone centers down to the south. Nothing too shocking for many of these teams. We have teams that were forced to rotate up through the north, knowing that the center was going to be packed. Not sure whether they're quite aware of how strong this northern side of the circle will be as Kilyaki tries to rotate through. Asami from Team Yeep is going to be connecting with the mini. However, not quite connecting onto that head yet. Trying to connect with the head or the wheels. It's not going to be enough as Kilyaki able to disengage. This is going to draw the attention of Chris now as he does start wanting to look over towards Team Yeep. Potentially catch these players off guard. More players going to be rotating, however, as Team Yeet moving up the hill. Want to take some more shots over towards Kunki as he rotates in that vehicle. However, they should be safe for the time being. Not sure whether they're aware, however, of Fibri over this ridge. Prepping the nade. Will it be enough to connect? It's looking darn close. I'll tell you that much. The nade connects over onto Fibri. He's forced to move up the hill, but remembers he's in danger from behind. As he throws down the smoke for cover, tries to med. Chris going to be engaging over towards Kunki now. So PUU going to be in a very rough position as the headshot connects here from Rosa. So Faberi going to be going down. Oyala going to be one of the last two players up here. Mini is split off to the northeast. Isn't going to be able to group up with Oyala, knowing that there's pressure being put on from all angles as Kilyaki now getting involved. Takes down Oyala, so one player left up. It's looking to be a bit of a rough one for game one as Team Yeep are going to make the push here over towards Mini. Not sure where the player's going to be. However, they know where the knock was. It's only so far that you can really crawl in this game. Spots out one, connects with the spray. Faberi going to be going down as Mini holding that angle with the barrel. Going for the revive. Team Yeep going to be making a push, but all the way up the hill. Just shift W down to the south. They could absolutely punish onto this. Mini going to take a couple shots over towards the trash bag, not realizing exactly what it is. So they will be able to get the res off. Marco going to be actually third partying onto this with the MK. Lopez connects over on towards Faberi. Mini going for the res yet again. Is this the play? As Lopez is going to be holding the angle. Maybe not aware that there is going to be a player this aggressive. Rosie all the way behind. Goes for the 3x spray with the barrel. Gets the knock over on towards Mini. And now Faberi going to be laying prone in the grass. Tries to hit the spray. Not enough as Puha Perfet are going to be getting eliminated. Rolls, however, connects over towards Zocco with a big K9 shot. Shift W going to be losing a player. Should hopefully be able to get the res as Rolls is going to be repositioning inside of that church. Circle getting ready to close in now. As many teams expecting it to head up north, but it isn't. It moves down to the south. It's going to be rough here for a lot of these teams, as we see just how many teams are going to be off to the northern side here. Shift W looking like they want to get aggressive here as Kilyaki all the way down the hill. Big shots over towards Rolsey. Gets the knock. Is he going to be able to flush it with the nade? Not quite. He's trying to play that side angle. IS are going to be moving up on the motorcycle. Kilyaki doesn't want to take the shots, though. Not wanting to give away any info. Until now, as Zocca goes for the barrel spray. Connects over on towards Lapses. The rest of his team are going to be down the hill. Icy Sky moving up. Zocca going to be able to get the flush, but he does take a little bit of damage in return. Goes for the med to try to back off. Chris deciding to move away for the time being. Knows that he's in a rough position. Zocca hops in the vehicle, tries to get away. Icy Sky going to be able to peek up in time. Not looking like it. The knock comes out from Lopez as Kilyaki will be going down. Unlikely they'll be able to get the res on towards Kilyaki now. There's a very split off from the rest of the team. Away from Tarkov, from Neverico. It looks like they're trying to make a push now. As Two players now going to be getting knocked here from Neverico. As Existential managing to defend their compound just about, but Wade, he's the solo player left up, goes for the barrel spray, break damage, but it's not going to be enough as he's down to 14 HP and then eliminated as Neverico able to quickly clean up the points on towards Team Existential. However, this has drawn the attention of Raise Your Edge as they're playing this ridge over towards the west. They know there's going to be players down here. Big spray coming out here. As Blucher going to be getting eliminated. They're aware that it's Raise Your Edge in this position now. As the rest of Raise Your Edge deciding to move away. They know they've got the kill. The re-knock coming out over on towards Kilyaki now. So Shift W, a little bit split, trying to work their way into the circle. But Chris is committed onto this. Kilyaki will be getting flushed out. It's Chris in a little bit of a rough position now. He's just forced to play this blown out car. Lopez trying to hold this angle. The final player up here from Team Yeep. It's the circle about to close and start doing a lot more damage. Baguette power connects, however, over towards Souls. Big fire getting return. Raise Your Edge working their way into circle. Wookie right over this hill. They have a player knocked already, so Raise Your Edge have the opportunity to make the push into this. They hear the player over the hill. Peeks up, not going to be enough as Pasquirm returns the fire. Gets the knock, a doozy, trades it out, however, as there are going to be more players down the hill from Team Wookie. SLR shots coming out. Smoke goes down. Looks like they want to go for the res. The rest of Raise Your Edge a little bit far away. Austrians Beer with a big nade over towards a doozy and Redia. Shiv and Baguette going to be the last two up. Not looking like they're going to be able to get the res on a doozy for the time being. They have to try and focus this fight as Wookie are getting aggressive here over towards Raise Your Edge. Baguette goes for the bandage here. Wants to make sure he's nice and safe. As Wookie, big spray coming out. Souls goes down. Shiv decides to stick the res, however, wants to get a doozy back into this fight. Flashbang comes out. Is it going to be enough? Doesn't quite connect, however. Big shots coming out over on towards Soletti. As Shiv moving just a little bit further down that hill. A doozy tries to play the side angle. Shiv connecting one more time. He's got one bullet left in his gun. 29 HP as Wookie tried to peek over. And Raise Your Edge are going to be getting eliminated in 14th position now. Big play coming out here from Team Wookie. But the zone is on them and they only have one player up. YMCA heard the shots. So they are looking in this direction. Trying to hold them out of the circle. There's Never Eco with some big knocks coming out over on to Bizkis. As they have two players up, 6 kills already. Prebes is inside. Building, just playing slow, not expecting much to happen for the time being. Circle shifts over to the west. So teams should be okay. However, players still needing to rotate in from the east. They're going to be held out here by Shift W, but Shift W themselves have to try to make their way in. Icy Skyer. Have LeVay with that AK. Looks like he spotted out Zoka. Going to call this out to the rest of his team now. Shift W trying to work their way in. Zoka connects near him with a couple shots, but not going to be able to hit the player himself. As Shift W are going to be getting third party now. As Chris going to be going down. Shift W down a player. Not sure whether IS are aware of this. Zoka just trying to reposition that Bronco. As the zone going to be closing in. Icy Skyer. They hear Wookie up the hill, but for the time being, they want to focus YMCA. Shots come out. It's going to give them chance to get into the shack. Wookie playing a very small ridge here as only 2 players left standing. The Veil on that side angle with the AK tries to connect. Not going to be enough. Spots out Wookie now. He's in a rough position. But big SKS shots coming out as he takes down Souls. One player going to be left standing from Team Wookie. And it looks like Levi wants to W key into this. But it's not going to be enough as Marco with a big spray. Levi hops off, goes prone, tries to spin around. But it's not going to be enough as Marcos goes for the repeat. He has that MK. It just does so much damage. But he's low HP. Has to work his way into circle. And Wookie directly overhead ahead. Zocker gets the flush now, as Austrians B are going to be trying to move down the hill. Two players here from Team Wookiee, and it looks like they want to try to get aggressive. They can't stay all the way down the hill in the fear that Shift W will be trying to push up. Little do they know that is not the case. Shift W just trying to hold them out. They know there's going to be players down the hill. Circle centers up ever so slightly to the right here. It's going to be rough for a lot of these players as more shots going to be coming out here from the south over towards Shift W. They hear the vehicle come out from Wookiee, deciding to go for the shots. Certainly looks like it, but they don't realize that YMCA are going to be third-partying onto this from long range now. Austrians B are still with no red dot or anything, trying to work down the hill. Nugar going to be able to connect with some big shots as he's actually going to be getting headshot from the other Team Wookiee player. Shift W trying to work their way down the hill. But Icy Sky Esport are going to be just playing this shack, and it doesn't look like Shift W are going to be aware of it. Barrel spray comes out, and it's very quickly ended as Zocker able to pick up one, Marco able to pick up the other. Zocker will be getting knocked in return. Big shots coming out here from YMCA Esports as they do everything in their power to try and destroy this vehicle. Circle closing in down on the western side. Major Militia. They spot out Babos Genetic as they try to work their way into the circle. Big shots coming out from YMCA as Babos going to be losing yet another player. Only one player is going to be left up here from Babos, and he is laying prone inside of this smoke, praying right now that they don't have an angle on him. He has the smallest possible ridge, and it looks like he might be safe for the time being. Many shots coming out over on the eastern side. We do have Dino. They're going to be making a push over towards 7 as Bombi going to be getting knocked here by Banis. Banis trying to move up. He has that 4x AK. Tries to go for the spray through the grass, but just not quite enough line of sight. Doing some big damage, however, over on towards 7 here. As more shots connecting. The grenades come out. Looking like that player's going to bleed as Madshaw going to be in a bit of a rough position as lazy snipers on the very edge of the zone getting pushed in. They're going to be forced to open themselves up, but they could do just so much damage here. As Panhead, no, he misses the jump. Is he potentially going to go down to zone here? He's doing 5 HP per second. If just one shot connects here from 7, then it could be over, but 7 are focused for the time being. They want to hold out Dino as Babos going to be losing their final player here. Mini shots coming out. 1, 2, and then it's actually going to be Madshaw picking up the knock there, getting the kill. More shots coming out from Madshaw, trying to connect over towards lazy snipers. Shift W key with big shots now, however. They've taken down 2 already. Marco's able to get the flush. Tavu going to be going for the res here as Shift W key working to try to make their push around. Tavo hears these footsteps, goes for the spray. Zocker going to be going down. There's a big headshot comes out, but Tavu, he's going to be flashed for the time being. Shift W key looking like they want to go for the res, but they don't want to overcommit onto this. It's Chris going to be able to get the knock over towards Tavu now, as souls from Wookiee will be getting eliminated. Marco going to be going for the res. Tries to peek up. Is it going to be enough? Just one shot, and down he goes. YMCA down to their final player. It's going to be Jap. He's all the way down the hill. There's not really much he can do here, especially with Major down to the south. Gonna try to punish him, as Shift W will spot this out, but the zone is on their tail. Do they want to engage this and potentially draw some attention to themselves? Hopping in the vehicles, and it looks to be a bit of a vehicle send. Jap is ready for this, though. He hears them. He wants to do some damage. Remember, guys, we're on live servers, so there is that 5-second delay before vehicles blow up. There's now Major going to be taking a big couple shots over towards lazy snipers. They've only got 1 player left up. He's laying prone, biding his time. He's in a safe position. No one has an angle on him, and he is inside circle. Shift W have decided to use those vehicles for a little bit of cover, as Jones may be realizing that he can get a better position over towards this shack, but the shots are going to be coming out here from Lager. Big grenade was that? Never mind, it was just sound of the vehicle. My mistake. Dino Rats trying to work their way in a little bit from the eastern side here as they go for the pre-nades just to draw out a little attention. They are going to get peeked here by Madshaw. SLR shots coming out as Madshaw going to be getting knocked here from long range as Major moving into that slightly more aggressive position are going to be able to do so much damage. But Dino are on the edge. Yeah, YMCA going to be losing their final player as Felix making a push round to that western side, doing a lot of damage. Ahmad will be bleeding out. So Ali is going to be the last one up here from 7. As Major Militia, they've spotted out Dino Rats. Question is, what can they make happen? More shots coming out over towards that Bronco, just in the event that there's maybe a player behind, not able to connect for the time being. A Shift W key taking shots over towards those major players, rotating down to the south. Shift W key have to work their way into circle, however, as they work their way down the hill. Nugar able to take out Zoka. Samarco going to be the last player up. Shift W key on 13 kills already. As Marco, he hears the shots. Not sure whether he spotted out Felix then, but he's laying low. Goes for the barrel spray. He's able to connect with a couple, but is it going to be enough? Hops in the vehicle and quickly out again. Very good strategy for avoiding the shots, but is it going to be enough? As Jones and Savali both going to be taking big shots towards him. The 3x spray comes out, and it's just not enough to connect as Major Militia are going to be able to clean up. Shift W key here. Lagery going to be able to get a nice knock over towards Felix. However, over on the eastern side, Dino Rats trying to work their way into circle here towards Never Eco up to the north. Dino Rats throwing down as many smokes as they can. Jesse on next to no health is going to be getting knocked here. They trade it out as Away also goes down. Lazy Sniper's getting eliminated and almost closely followed here by Never Eco as Dino Rats with 3 players knocked and 1 just laying low, trying to snake his way in. Only 4 teams remain. Ali somehow still playing that shack. Long range shots coming from Major, but still Never Eco gonna be able to clean up Dino Rats as Dino Rats getting eliminated from being the 4-man roster that was standing to none left. Big sprays coming out from Ali as he does get fire returned onto him. Gonna be forced to go down, but aware there were players behind. Ugar all the way up to the north. Just playing slow. Circle shifts over to the west. So Major Militia could have the advantage here. They want to try and take those vehicles as low as they can, as early as possible. Ugar from Never Eco trying to work his way in from the north, just laying low, doesn't want to give any info away. Ali is behind the ridge, so he's not going to be able to get eyes onto this until he peeks over, as Major now going to be taking a couple shots towards him. Savali going to be moving around to eastern side, trying to get a wrap onto this potentially. Looks like that could be the case as they're just holding that hill as best they can. Ali just laying low behind that truck, praying for anything but BD Jones. Where there is a player down here, going to be holding a different angle to his teammate. Major Militia, still 3 strong. Trying to go for the spray through the grass in the hopes of connecting. But they can't overcommit to this one player. So we see Nugar just laying low. Ali in the grass. Where that Major are going to be pushing onto this. Major with a very good strategy here. Actually going to hop up into the truck to get the line of sight. It works. Nugar, the last one up, tries to go for the spray, but it's not enough as Major Militia win game 1 of the evening with 7 kills. Absolutely insane from them. Very Very impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to run a short ad break, but we will be back in a couple minutes with game number 2.
To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors.
Noin! Mikäs Samppa sieltä pilkistää?
Samppa, ratkaisu on pizza, aina ollut. Ja laitetaan oikein kotipizzan tupla pepperoni pizza, koska enemmän on enemmän.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and one insane first game, guys. Never Eco with a 12-kill win. Playing very, very well throughout that game. Sorry. No, sorry, my mistake. I had the wrong leaderboard tab pulled up. It was Major Militia. I knew something was wrong about that. Major Militia with a 7-kill win. But Never Eco actually going to be taking the points with that 12-kill second place. Absolutely insane. 1,900 damage coming out from Never Eco. And Major Militia with 1,400, but just not quite able to finish up and pick up those kills. Special shout out to Shift W for that 13-kill 6th place. Absolutely insane. Putting them all the way up to 3rd place in the standings right now. So in 1st place, we've got Never Eco with their first game and that 12 kill points. Major Militia in 2nd, Shift W in 3rd, 7 in 4th, YMCA in 5th, Dino Rats in 6th, Wookie Esports, who really did surprise me. I have to give him credit there, in 7th, Lazy Snipers in 8th. But very close behind, we have Team Yeep and Raise Your Edge. Just fighting for that top 8 position, which is how you qualify to move on to the next round. But it's time, guys. We are in the plane. It is on. We are here on Miramar for game 2 of the evening. Remember, guys, there are going to be 6 games this evening. It is 6. Then we have yet another lobby tomorrow. So PUBG Finland definitely spoiling us with this PUBG action over tonight and tomorrow and over the coming weeks. Make sure to drop them a follow to be updated on when the next rounds are going to be taking place. However, for now, we'll hop back in and we will see if we see any of those drops that we saw last time with a lot of teams fighting for similar positions. We actually do, as over towards La Cabria, Wookie Esports going to be landing very close here to Team Existential, as they are going to be a little split off. 2 players kind of caught in the middle of Team Existential, with the rest of Wookie moving away. It looks like maybe Wookie were expecting these players to try to back off. But we do see Austrian's Beer going to be landing on that vehicle and most likely trying to move. But is it going to work out, as Talk here with that mini? A couple shots can do so much damage, as his teammate actually going to be connecting with the headshot over towards Austrian's Beer. Not enough to get the kill. They do manage to take a tire out, but Austrians should be able to get away. There's SLR tap. Not going to have any ammo to tap over towards Austrian's Beer. He will be able to make it away and hopefully group up with his team. But we saw how these early game fights can negatively affect teams so heavily, as you're just limited on the amount of loot that you're able to grab. As the circle, going to be pretty central. We'll pull the team logos up so you can see where your favorite team is, if it isn't clear enough already. I like Shift W with the big Elisa split. They're definitely aware that these circles, if they do center up on the map, then they can kind of field those players in safely without too much threat. However, Never Eco could play spoiler, as away from Tarkov is going to be on that northern side of his team, could potentially block off some of those pathways. Ladies and gentlemen, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Make sure you spam those emotes in chat for the teams that you are supporting. Show them some love. And I would love to see who you guys are rooting for. I've seen a lot of Shift W fans in chat. So if you guys are maybe supporting another team, you're going to have to go twice as hard with your spam so that I'm able to see it. As in a couple of seconds, the circle is going to begin, only 1 minute away. So Existential trying their best to loot up. Austrian's Beer has had to go all the way over off to the west side to stick with that spot looting. Not sure whether they're actually going to decide to continue playing these positions for Wookie Esports, whether they want to continue challenging, or whether they want to potentially move away a little more. As Raise your edge, looking like they are done with looting, getting ready to try and group up a little. Potentially even going to go with that 4-man split. We've seen teams do it a lot recently, where teams will go with these insanely wide splits in the hopes just catching maybe those rotating players off guard, maybe even catching players coming right through the middle of them. As 7 moving down to the south. Nothing too much to mention for the time being, as things are generally a little slow in PUBG. They can be, you know, a little slow to start off, but in my experience, that usually means it's just going to be even more intense towards the end. So we do see Baguette Power. He's going to spot out. Final player from 7 is MD Shaw now, looking like he actually wants to move towards Graveyard. They realize it's free and raise your edge. This is where those 4-man splits can come out so deadly. Spots out the vehicle, Baguette Power not going to be able to connect. As 7 actually decided to group up down below, maybe aware that it could be a solo player. They want to make the push onto this. Get Power, aware that there could be players inside the compound. There's a doozy coming to try and provide some fire support from that side angle. Raise your edge are going to be catching Ali a little, as it looks like he's going to get behind that rock for a little bit of cover. But for the time being, Baguette Power is going to be that solo player inside this compound. Has to play it carefully and play it safe, as the rest of Raise Your Edge try to make their way in. A doozy going to be holding this side angle. Readier down to the south. Looking like he wants to provide some fire support, but he will catch the attention of 7 now, so they are able to engage him. Not going to be able to connect with any of the shots, but 7 may be realizing now that they are caught in a bit of a rough position with Raise Your Edge all repositioning. Big shots coming out here from Raise Your Edge, but not looking like they are going to be connecting for the time being. A doozy trying to connect over towards the compound, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Raise Your Edge now have been able to save their player, but it's definitely made them aware that these 4-man splits can be risky, and this could also prove it, as Shift W are going to be moving in from the eastern side. Not sure whether Shiv hears the vehicles coming. It appears that he does, as he decides to hop back in that Murado and make a move, try to regroup with the rest of Raise Your Edge. As a big shot's going to be coming out now over towards Felix, as crosses by Icy Sky. Major should be able to make their way into those 2 compounds nice and safely. Bot Jesse with big sprays over here, over towards Salty, does some big damage. Only 1 or 2 more bullets and it could be the end of him. But Rudy with the third party going to be able to take down Jesse. Looks like Villon's going to try to go for the res. This could be exactly what Rudy wants as he tries to play that bait. Holding that angle in between the 2. Never Eco also able to get a knock here. Over on towards Prebz. Rudy goes for the spray. It's going to pull him out from behind this rock. This could end up working out well for Dino Rats. However, they do go for the spray. They're not going to be able to connect to it. They realize they have a player knocked in this position, as Dino will be able to get the res off. They move back inside the compound. As now Uncut Jewelry going to be in a little bit of a rough position. On the back foot, not aware of exactly where these players are, as more shots going to be coming in from long range. Will be able to make their way in, but Major now, they're going to be getting crashed. Big spray coming out here from Soul Volley. Takes down 2. Babos Genetic in a bit of a rough position, as they have 1 player inside this compound. Nebby is far away, and it looks like Major Militia are aware of that. The Molotov comes out to try to prevent the flush. He is able to get the flush onto 1. Wolverine also going to be getting knocked. Babos Genetic with 1 player left up. Going to be forced to back off and accept that they have lost their teammates for the time being. More SLR shots coming out here from Major, but doesn't look like they are going to be able to connect. So we do see a doozy going to be taking those long-range mini shots over towards Team 7. expecting to see a lot of shots between these two teams at this point. And they know that they were in that early game fight. They are aware of each other's compounds. And if the circle shifts onto them, we could see a lot of long-range fights burning through that utility. As the zone is about to close in, Aduzi will be taking some shots. It shifts over to the west. So Razor Edge are going to have to rotate. They've sent Shiv down as that early player, looking down towards Picardo. But what can you really do when there's so many buildings inside Picardo? So many possible windows. You can't watch them all at once. Shiv is doing what he can to try to potentially spot out a player, and it looks like he has done. Spots out one on top of Motel. Decides to go for the shots with the mini. Connects with one, but it's not going to be enough. Those long-range shots can just be so rough. As now Team 7 also going to be rotating through Picardo now. Sprays coming out from Hallelujah with that SLR. Does some big damage, but not going to be enough to get the knock. As Team 7 going to continue heading over to the west. Bombi in a bit of a rough position. It's Razor Edge. It looks like they wanted to try to crash Picardo here, but they realize there are players inside. Gonna have to play it a little slow. Bilgens gets the knock over on towards Butcher from Nether Eco. So I'm not sure whether Nether Eco really want to commit to this fight or whether they want to wait till that end game. Just take it as a 3-man Shiv with the mini shots. Not going to be able to get any opening knocks just yet, as Razor Edge have been able to get away safely for the time being. However, YMCA Esports, they hear the vehicles coming. They know there's going to be players around this position. A doozy takes the shack. Tavu taking some long-range sprays down to the south. Maybe not aware that Razor Edge are going to be coming from the north, as Kajuti able to get the knock over towards a doozy. Jap trying to flank around to the right here, goes for the nade over towards that shack, wants to confirm that kill as soon as possible, knows that Razor Edge want to go for this res very quickly. Jap trying to watch that angle, not enough, as Shiv going to be able to spot him out. So Shiv with those long-range positions, providing support over towards his team, definitely making up for those long-range shots he missed earlier in Picardo. As the circle is going to shift and it is closing in. So teams over on the eastern side will have to work their way into position now. So YMCA have been able to get the res off. So they should be able to heal up without a problem. But Baguette Power, he's all the way holding this side angle. Not sure what exactly Razor Edge are planning here, as it looks like they're going to go for a big rotate up to the north, reposition over towards Shiv, and play off of the next circle rather than committing to anything just now. There's more shots going to be coming out from Picardo here. Top on board with Mini. As apologies for the freeze here. We all know that this can happen sometimes with PUBG. You can bear with me a second. I will be forced to restart my game. Apologies. Maybe just 2 minutes. Apologies, guys. for that, guys. We are loading back in. We all know this game. We all play it enough. We know that it can be a little temperamental. So hopefully we'll be back in the game in just a couple of seconds so we can see how this one unfolds. You know what PUBG can be like. It can be a little temperamental at times, as with all games. So we just have to be gentle and wait for it to load in. So apologies, but we did see Raise Your Edge. They were taking a big wrap over on that eastern side. Let's see how it ended up turning out for them. As we just wait a moment to get back into the lobby. Apologies once again. Unfortunately, this is one of the issues as a solo observer. We don't have a backup PC that we can really switch to here. Apologies, guys, once again. We'll just real quick run back onto the break screen, and hopefully it'll all be loaded in a couple seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I am so sorry about that. I have no idea what caused those issues, but we are back in the game. Trust me, it isn't the first time it happened. It won't be the last. Let's hop on board here with Team Yi-Power. Just show you guys what teams are still left alive real quick. Just in case we missed anything. Only a couple teams have gone down. Shift W are still in. Looks like that rotate from Raise Your Edge didn't work out too well. Team Yi will be able to get the res off here with their team. The circle has shifted west of Picado. This is going to be rough for a lot of these teams to make their way in now. Apologies for any issues with audio timing. Don't worry, I've already noticed it. I will try and get it fixed for the next game. Tavu in a bit of a rough position here. Just playing the smallest ridge imaginable. As PUU going to be over to the north, doing applying a lot of pressure to him potentially. We do see Shift W. They're going to be all the way up the hill. Only one kill so far, so I am sure that they are trying to add to that. They see Team Yeep is not going to be enough. However, as PUU Mini will be able to take out Legary. So down he goes. Shift W still up on this hill. Trying to take this fight with PUU, pre-firing all of those windows, but is it going to be enough? As the SKS is doing its job of keeping those heads down. Cutie now going to be making a push with that Bronco. Shots come out from Austrians as he is able to take down Jap with the barrel. And down goes Cutie. So one player left up from YMCA. He's going to be all the way off to the north. It's Tavu playing slow. So just hoping that that zone ends up shifting to him as Cutie going to be getting eliminated. Shots coming out here from Bombi. This could be Kilyaki's opportunity to make a push. Preps the nade, throws it down. Is it enough? Oh, yes, it is. It does so much damage. Kilyaki finishing off one with the spray. Gets the second nade ready over towards Bombi. Goes a little far, though, so Bombi will be alive for the time being. Molotov's trying to connect. They end up landing on the tree. Shift W realized this position isn't too playable. Oh, no. Kilyaki falls off of the mountain for Shift W, so Bombi going to be able to pick up a free kill there. Should be able to get the res onto his teammate. So unfortunate there from Shift W as a player will be going down for free, but I'm sure it's happened to all of us. Very unfortunate there as the zone shifts up to the north. Tavi will be still in a good position. Markar's able to connect onto Bombi, getting the knock behind the rock, doing a little bit more damage. As any Noel is going to be behind the rock, getting taken out from long range as Villion's able to pick up the kill. Zone shifts up north. Major knowing they have to make a push in. Now Marco could do some damage onto this as he sees the Bronco pull up. Theo pops out the side. Not going to be enough as he tries his best to get into that shack. More shots coming out here from Marco. Major have managed to get at least one player in now, but they are going to be going for big sprays. Team Wookie going to be able to take down Fabrari from PUU. Existential doing what they can to try and third party onto this, but nothing yet. Savali taking shots over towards Uncut Jules. However, can't connect. Banish trying to make a push from the rear. He's down to 4 HP. Just about able to get in safely, but he realizes that Major are inside this compound, and now they are aware of his position. So Dino Rats with 2 players up. Tries to hold that side angle. Not enough. As Villion's going to be laying prone. Playing it slow. Zocco with the long-range mini-shots, trying to take down players from IS. Zocco able to get a nice little knock over onto Stapari. One player left up. Can he maybe connect through the smoke? He's low HP. Spots out Billions across the street. He's going to be getting absolutely lit up as Zoka finishes off that one. Dino Rat's now eliminated. One player left up from IS. He's standing completely out in the open. Zoka just trying to punish, but Savali is going to be the one to pick up the kill onto him as we are now into our top 7. Tavu somehow still alive, just playing that ridge, so is going to be able to get a couple placement points here. Major will be losing yet another player as they are very split up. Savali on the edge of the zone has to try and cross the street, down to 1 HP, and bye Major Militia. They get eliminated in 7th place. Shift W now. They realize they have to try and work their way into circle, but they have to be very careful with it because they don't want the same fate as Kilyaki, as Marco getting absolutely lit up here from the fall. Will somehow be able to survive, and the zone shifts down to the south. Uncut Jewelry are going to be very happy about this as they are able to play that ridge on the road for the time being. SLR, tap, going to be able to connect with the SLR tap. As Physics playing the side. Big shot coming out from SLR here as he takes down Physics with ease. This could be their opportunity to make the push. Uncut Jewelry trying to move back for the res, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Salty Mate goes for the loot on the body. Existential picking up some big kills. 6 kills already now. As we do see PUU going to be making a push into the circle. Wookie getting eliminated in 6th. Deciding to deny the points to zones. Grenade comes out. Not going to be enough for Zoka. Low HP. Was able to get one, but he's low on ammo and low on health. Not sure how much he can realistically make happen as Tavu realizes now he has to peek out. Mini going to be taking a couple of SLR shots. Is Tavu aware there is a player to the north of him? Zone is closing in. Tavu making a little bit of noise. Zoka is going to be aware of this. Existential with a big spray down towards him. Not going to be enough to connect. As Zoka jumping down the hill. Takes a lot of damage now. As Tavo going to be able to peek up. Takes down one. YMCA Esports getting eliminated though as we are down to our final 4 teams. Talk trying to play a little bit back. Using that hard cover as long as he can. Throws down the smokes to try and get some cover, but there's only so many ridges you can play. Existential going to be getting a player knocked here. As Salty will be able to take down one. It does get returned, and down go Uncut Jewelry. Marco just laying prone, aware that he's covered from the north for the time being, but there are going to be players trying to work their way into circle. PUU just playing this shack, trying to work their way in. However, Existential, they're low HP. They have to make their way in circle. 9 kills already. Can they potentially add to this as players down to the south going to be doing so much damage onto them? SLR trying to provide support for the rest of his team, making sure that they can't get pushed, but PUU are going to spot him out, connecting underneath the vehicle. Down to 21 HP. Plays the wheel for a little bit of cover, but they're trying to connect. Pops the first aid. He's safe for the time being. Mini going to get spotted out over towards that shack. As Exonerated trying to do some damage. Wade's down to 1 HP as Marco decides to finally start engaging. Realizes there's only going to be so many players left. Marco in a rough position now. There's pretty much all players inside of circle. PUU have themselves some cover and Mini's going to use it. Take down Tok. SLR tap, trying to tap once again. Pops the energy drink, but PUU are just going to be doing so much damage here as they start to split out. Marco in a rough position. Here's the vehicle coming up above him. Is it going to be enough? Goes for the spray. Doesn't connect with the shots. Mini with a big headshot down on towards Marco. So now Mini has this position for PUU. 3 players up from each team. We're going to hop on board with PUU here as February is just about going to be inside circle and Resable. Existential getting a little bit aggressive with the Mini. Are they going to go for the spam? Yes, they are. Mini goes down to the Mini. 2 players. Sorry, 3 players left standing from PUU. It's Kunky going for the med. February out inside the blue. Not much chance of survival as we are in phase 9. The circle's going to center up. Spray comes out from Ooh La La, but it's not going to be enough. And Mini bleeding out now. Kunky just holding that side angle. Realizes Existential could push onto this as they get their 10th kill of the game. This is so big for them. They play the side angle. It's not going to be enough. Can Ooh La La play for that final 3 kills? It doesn't look like it is. He's down to 2 HP. The zone is on his back, and Existential with an 11 kill win for game number 2 of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, absolutely insane end to the game. Apologies for the crashes once again. We're going to take a short ad break, but we will be back in a couple of minutes for game number 3.
To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors.
Noin. Mikäs Samppa sieltä pilkistää?
Samppa, ratkaisu on pizza, aina ollut. Ja laitetaan oikein kotipizzan tuplapepperoni pizza, koska enemmän on enemmän.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after game number 2 of the PSL Elisa Viihde Fall Challenge. Round 1, group number 3. I'm Chunks, I'm your host for the evening. I'm also going to be hosting another lobby tomorrow. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. And what an insane game there from Existential. 11 kills, 2,100 damage dealt. 10 knocks. But they made it. They made it to first. They held that position. And when the time came to make those pushes out of the compound and get aggressive, they cleaned up. They were confident. They picked up the win in return. Puhapatet in second place with 5 kills. Apologies if I absolutely butchered that name. Shift W in third with 6 kills. Uncut Jewelry with 1 kill point, making their ways into 4th. But overall, in terms of the bracket, Shift W in first place with 26 points. That's 19 kill points. Major Militia in second with 23 after 2 very strong games. And Existential, that win, putting them all the way up to third place with 22 points. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the lobby. The plane is starting. So let's get into our final Miramar game of the evening for the PSL Elisa Viihde Fall Challenge. We are here on Miramar. Gonna be interesting to see whether we see some of those, you know, similar hot drops to last game over towards La Cabria. It does look like maybe deciding to move a little bit further away this time, avoid taking those engagements if not necessary. As other than that, I can't really imagine many teams going to be hot dropping. The plane is a little different, so maybe some teams going to struggle to their primary drop spot and potentially be forced to go for an alt drop. Speaking of alt drops, Shift W and Uncut Jewelry, they're going to be landing right next to each other here as they both go for Chumacera. Prebz making his way down. Shift W going to be very close next to them. Shift W have that first place position on the leaderboards right now, but they have to win this fight to make it count. Chris and Kilyaki both going to be landing next to each other, grabbing themselves some guns nice and early. Doing some damage over towards Rudy. He's only got the mini. He's trying to jiggle peek those windows, but is it going to be enough? As Shift W are just going to be holding the angles. They are ready for this. They want to make a push, as they know that Uncut Jewelry are going to be making a push. As Rudy going to be getting eliminated. Salty trying to play a little slow behind to try to catch up with the rest of his team. The DBS coming out here from Salty knows that he could take some close range engagements. So this could be a viable strategy right here, as he just plays it nice and slow. Uncut Jewelry want to go for the retake on towards Shift W here. Marco is going to be all the way down the hill. Prebz going to be a little bit further back. Physics trying to hold that window just in case. Takes a couple shots, but not going to be able to connect over towards it. Uncut Jewelry losing yet another player, as Chris is going to be able to connect. Big damage coming out here. Uncut Jewelry with 2 players left up. This could work out perfectly as Kilyaki working round that southern side over towards them. Shift W, they're going to be making a push now. However, Physics will hear this out. Not sure whether Shift W spotted. Kilyaki goes prone, but there's going to be a second player peeking round as Preeb's able to get a knock. Marco forced to move back off of this. Chris tries to jump over. It looks like he's stuck. It's a rough position for him. Tries to go for the repeat, however, does get pre-fired here by the Uncut Jewelry player. Shift W in a bit of an awkward position. as they have lost their player. They had the advantage on this fight. Kiliaki's down. Should be able to get the res as Zoka plays this side angle. Spots out Prebz, peeking the doorway. Shift W have to be careful here. They have that first place, but they don't want to throw anything away unless they absolutely have to. Prebz trying to get a bit of a side angle. Marco going for the 6x on the AK. Is it going to be enough? He does some big damage. Not enough to get the knock over towards Physics. Never mind. The 2-tap headshot coming out over towards Physics. Down he goes. He hears Salty as well. Prebz tries to move around to go for the support. He knows there's a DBS underneath, so they can peek as a team. Big spray coming out from Zoka. One player left up. It's going to be Prebz. Is it going to be enough? Prebz with the barrel tries to peek up, but it's not going to be enough. Shift W cleaning up uncut jewelry. They are able to keep their 4 players alive. They win the hot drop over towards Chumacera. The zone centers up. Going to be interesting to see how teams decide to play into this now. So they will have to rotate down from the south potentially. As it actually seems like Tavu is going to be playing as a solo. Spots out Team Yeet. Goes for the spray. Is it going to be enough? Not with the barrel, but maybe that SLR can finish it here. Doing so much damage, but just not able to connect. So the rest of YMCA repositioning now. Looking to maybe finish off what Tavu started. Mini is able to get the knock over towards Wookie now. So PUU going to be picking up an early game knock. Finishing it off. So now PUU going to be forced to find themselves a new position. So it does appear PUU will not have to find themselves a new position. They are the ones holding this position. So it's actually going to be Wookie Esports in a bit of a rough position. They are able to get themselves some hard cover, but they have to be cautious here. The 7 are going to be coming from behind. Shiv, the solo player from Raise Your Edge, a bit further down to the south. Going to be scouting out this for the rest of his team. Spots out Ali. As the rest of Raise Your Edge try to group up, it looks like maybe they're going to switch that position up a little. Things appear to have slowed down. The good thing about these central circles is not many teams end up dying early. So most teams are able to get into that late game and give themselves a fighting chance. Little TK taking a couple shots here, as Never Eco are going to be getting spotted out. They have Bloodshed down at the shack as a solo player. The question is, will they be able to maybe take down any of these players? They do connect over towards Hyde. Gears, he's forced to get back behind the rock. Never Eco working their way back up this hill now. As Bloodshed just running the gauntlet. Barbos doing so much damage onto him. As Bloodshed hops in the vehicle and off they go. Deciding to go for the rotate. Major Militia. They do hear the vehicles from Never Eco. The grenade goes off. As now Savali going to be going for the barrel spray. However, Never Eco are going to be behind the ridge. Not quite going to be able to connect the shots onto them. It's Never Eco looking like they're going to slow down a little and try to move away. Shiv still playing that solo position for Raise Your Edge. Spots out 7. Well, they're not going to be taking any shots and giving away any info just yet. I'm sure if there's a free shot here, an easy one to get an entry knock, Raise Your Edge will happily take it. Things appear to be moving ever so slowly. The circle about to close in and throw a spanner into the works for all these teams. Ricardo still with a full team inside of it. As the zone getting ready to close in, will Shift W be able to hold onto this lead after an absolutely insane start to the game, picking up those 4 kill points off of the hot drop? Lots of long-range shots coming out, but not going to be enough to connect with. As, oh dear, the zone shifts all the way up to Pozo. Dino Rat's going to be in a very advantageous position now, as they have that center circle. So many teams not expecting this are going to have to completely switch up their playstyle. There's such a large amount of unplayable terrain inside this circle as well that it could shift off of. As players starting to rotate in. Most teams not even worrying about taking shots over at rotating players for the time being, knowing that they just have to move inside of the circle as soon as possible now. It's going to be rough for them. As Saletti going to be taking some big shots. Not enough to connect, though. As we zoom out, we will see over in the center of the circle, Icy Skyer. They have 2 players inside of this compound, but it looks like Never Eco are trying to make a little bit of a push onto this here as they are inside the warehouse. One's going to be spotted out. Hide Key connects with the headshot. The VA going to try to trade this out, is able to. Down goes Heidke, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to get the res. Kilyaki going to be able to get the knock over towards Krija. Zoka cleans that one up. However, Levi gets Molotoved as he goes for the spray. It's not going to be enough, as now Pedo just in a rough position. Pete Ox going down. 1 player left up here from Icy Sky. It's going to be Lapaz. He's going to be forced to move away. Players working their way in as Razor Edge are going to have 1 player knocked to Doozy, trying his best to provide fire support over towards Shavali. Shalovi. Sorry, guys. I don't know a lot of the names in this lobby. A doozy trying to connect with those long-range mini shots, just not going to be enough, however. As Wookiee Esports are still going to be on the very edge of zone, trying to make their way in. As now our winners from last game will be able to pick up a knock over on towards Wookiee. Sorry, did I say Wookiee? My mistake. More shots coming out from Talk here. Not enough to connect, as it appears like no real teams wanting to crash and take any early games fights for the time being. They want to play it slow and wait until this circle comes in. Raise your edge in a bit of a rough position, as they will have to move their way out into the blue and rotate their way back in. Shots coming out here from Felix over towards Never Eco. He's going for that lucky headshot. Not sure whether it's going to be enough, as now Never Eco away from Tarkov, able to connect with BD Jones. Circle closing in, about to shift. See how it goes. It heads over towards Pozo. So much open terrain here. Expect to see a lot of teams die in this circle. It's gonna be a messy one, as there's just so much open space, so few compounds, and if they want to work their way into El Pozo, gonna have to work their way through a lot of teams. One of those teams being Babos Genetic, as they start to take some shots over towards Shift W. They will be able to return the fire, however. So Babos going to be put a little bit on the back foot. Nebby trying to connect with the mini shots. However, YMCA going to be third party and keeping his head down. Can't really do much there. Shift W going to be heading all the way over to the southwest, trying to make their way into circle that way, realizing potentially there aren't as many teams that will have rotated that far in this early in the circle. Babos Genetic with those long-range guns. Nebby just trying to spot out. Connects with the vehicle a couple times, but not quite able to connect with the head. A circle closes in. We'll hop on board with Phoenix. Spots out Hen. Goes for the spray. Big damage. And the headshot connects. Going to be able to pick up the point. However, Internet Lord from far away is going to be able to get the damage over towards Felix. Team Yeep having a little bit of an issue here as they do accidentally get the team knock. This is not the position they want to be in, especially with Hen making a push onto this. Hallelujah goes for the spray onto the Bronco, not able to connect. As Savali from long range in the north going to be trying to hold them out. Hasari tries to return the fire, but it's not going to be enough as they realize now they have to work their way into circle and they are going to have to run this gauntlet. Major going to do what they can to try to hold them out as BD Jones now doing some damage over towards Hallelujah. Connects with a big shot to the chest. If that was the head, it would have all been over. Hallelujah going to use the shack for cover as Major Militant's going to reposition in the hopes of picking up this kill. Milky, unfortunately, team killing his teammate. Down he goes. The easy sniper's getting eliminated here by YMCA Esports. As Major Militia realize they have to work their way in. The zone does so much damage. They take the vehicles. They can't worry too much about Hen all the way behind, as they're going to have the same problems to contest with the teams. The zone is Shift W now. They spot out Team Yeet. They decide, though, not to take too many shots as Team Yeet will be taking this compound. It hard shifts west once again over towards El Pozo. So team's going to be in such a rough position in terms of fighting their way in. 7 MD Shaw connects with a big barrel spray over towards Soledia's Wookiee Esports now only with 1 player up. Or did I speak too soon as Lapsas able to finish off Wookiee down. They go in 14th position. Not going to be picking themselves up any placement points away from Tarkov. Taking a lot of damage here from Asverin. As Existential have themselves that hard cover. Trying to shoot underneath the vehicles. Will they be able to save any of their teammates here? As Hidekey is still standing. Existential take down 1. They're on 3 kill points already now. Zone closing in. It's starting to get messy. Raise Your Edge and manage to make their way inside of El Pozo, however. As Oyala going to be trying to get the res over towards their teammate. However, 7 will be putting a stop to that. They get the knock over towards BD Jones. The rest of Major moving in down to the south. Shift W looking like they want to try to make a push down here. But Marcos, he only has 12 bullets for his mini. He has that Grozer as the close range. It can do so much damage. Zoka wants to get aggressive onto Team Yeep here as they know that they're a player down. Question is, will they be able to make anything out of it with those players third party? Team Yeep looking like they want to get aggressive. The flashbang did come out down towards Zoka as he does just play this southern angle. So many teams trying to make their way into circle as SLR tap connects with the head of Jaffe. So down he goes. YMCA Esports going to be losing a player. Babos Genetic down to the south. Have 1 player standing in this position, laying prone. Internet Lord with a big spray over towards Nebby. Down he goes, but will he get traded out here as Fab's going to be holding that side angle? Big nades coming out. Will it be enough to connect? Doesn't look like it. Hallelujah going to be close to getting flushed out, however. The little TK going to be getting taken out from behind as Hen have that player behind. Hasari just playing slow, playing that rat position. Barrel spray comes out, but the zone doing so much damage now. Not sure what Wolverine will be able to make happen out of this as Internet Lord going to be stuck between 2 different teams and still not inside circle. Has to hope that Team Yeep don't get eyes onto this, but they could be in luck as it does appear that Team Yeep are preoccupied with Shift W as the long-range shot's going to be coming out from Marco. Zoka trying to get a little bit more aggressive. Lopez finishes off Internet Lord. Down go Hen. In 13th position, Zoka spots out players far from PUU. Knows that they're there, but can't get a clean line of sight onto the knock. Babos over to the east, decide to try to hop into the vehicles. Not sure whether it's going to be enough, however, as Lopez doing some big damage onto them. Gets the knock onto Wolverine. The smoke goes down just in time. This could be the saving grace that they need. No, it isn't, as Milky connects onto Fabs as well. Down go Babos Genetic, but this is giving Shift W the clue that they needed. They know that Team Yeep are distracted. This could be their chance to push. Both teams have to work their way into the circle. There's so little space to be able to play. So we do see 7. They're going to be playing this little shack, trying to hold out Dino Rats as well as they can. The question is, will it be enough? There's any Noel trying to hit the head of that player just on the outside. 7 have lost 2 players, so this is their final stand inside this shack. Shift W have been able to get a player inside of circle. Spot out BO from Major. Able to get the knock and the flush. 1 more point here for Shift W as they pick up their 6th kill point of the game. However, they can't get too distracted. They know there's still players down to the southwest of them. Zoka trying to connect long range. But is it going to be enough as Dino Rats tried to make a push in towards the shack? 7 go for the pre-fire. They tried to pre-nade, but it's not going to be enough. Dino gets the knock onto 1, but he actually gets taken out with the vehicle, and down go all the players from Dino Rats, bar 1. Villion's going to be the last one up as he does make his way into the circle. His teammate also going to be getting knocked. They should be able to get the res. Somehow 7 able to hit the headshot immediately before getting ran over with the vehicle, and they're almost trapped inside the circle. Try to go for the spray through the smoke. Not going to be enough as these long range shots just doing so much damage. The Dino Rats trying to go for the pre-nade. Is it going to be enough? The Molotov connects here from Existential. And an absolutely insane Molotov coming out there, picking up, I think, 3 kills from Azvarin as they try to make the push over towards Dino Rats. Maybe not aware that they actually have a player knocked behind this shack. They know there must be something here as they've only got 1 insta-kill so far. But it looks like Azvarin may be unaware, actually, that there are still remaining players. Billions just laying prone, popping the boost, trying to stay safe. Azvarin wants to push onto this, realizes there could still be a player though, so doesn't want to get too aggressive as Baguette Power connects with the mini shot over on towards Zoka. So Raise Your Edge coming alive now, finally getting their first kill of the game. But the rest of Raise Your Edge, they are off to the north. They can do so much damage over towards Shift W. The Molotovs don't connect, but Shift W, they only have 2 players left up, and they are not inside circle. Shiv trying to run down the street, relying on his teammates' cover to make it in, and it looks like they should be able to, as long as Shift W don't peek over to the south. Big shots coming out here from Existential over towards PUU. So they try to rotate, but that final player from Dino Rats peeks up, trying to ruin Existential's day. Does a little bit of damage, but not enough to really put Existential out the fight as they are on their 11th kill of the game. Big headshot coming out. Make it 12 as Talk will be able to clean up yet another one from Dino Rats. So down go Dino Rats. In 9th position, Talk with the long-range mini shots, trying his best to connect here over towards PUU, but they have themselves some cover. Teams without vehicles are going to be in so much trouble. They have to send their way into these shacks, or it is going to be an absolute death run. It looks like Raise Your Edge are going to have a little bit of an advantage here in terms of having that hard cover for the time being, but they have to clear themselves a way in. Is Turbo Banani going to be able to take down 1 from Existential? So Existential now down to a 3-man, still definitely strong enough to be able to clean up this game. Shift W trying to make their way in. Lopez connects with the knock, and Milky takes down the final as Puhapetet gonna be cleaned out. 7 teams remaining now. It's looking to be a rough one. Shift W have just about been able to make their way into zone. They want to try to hold out. Raise Your Edge from making their way in. As Raise Your Edge now, they're coming alive. Turbo is going to be the last one up from YMCA. As he knows he's not going to be able to res the rest of his team. Raise Your Edge trying their best to get an angle, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. They clean up those kills. Raise Your Edge picking up some more points. Hide Key getting knocked out now, so Never Eco going down in 7th. Able to pick up at least 1 for those placement points. Marco trying to take some shots over towards Raise Your Edge. Well, they're not able to connect onto them. Major still have Savali down in this shack. This could end up being Shift W's play to move down to it here if it does end up being inside circle. They see there's a buggy outside it, so they know it's going to be risky, especially with Raise Your Edge applying pressure from the north and the circle centers up. Raise Your Edge, Shift W, and YMCA are all going to have to move. Existential taking the vehicle, trying to regroup with the rest of their team. Or are they, as they go for yet another one of these huts? Trying to maximize the amount of cover, pull up the vehicle until they realize they are completely open here to Baguette Power. Is Baguette Power going to be able to do some serious damage? SLR tap returns it, however, as Marcos gets the knock over towards Existential. So it looks like Turbo is condemned here. He was able to get out of it without taking too much damage. However, he has to run the gauntlet now. So many teams going to be looking at him. Chris sends it in with the vehicle. At the same time as Existential doing some big damage, but it's not going to be enough as Chris gets flushed out. Existential on their 15th kill of the game. Baguette Power gets the knockover on towards Wade, though. So Existential going to be losing yet another player. Turbo just about in. He's playing for that drop, trying to get himself some good loot. And now Mark decides to send it in with the buggy. Tire goes out, but he keeps control just about. Jumps out, almost runs himself over. Not quite. Goes prone so that Team Yeet won't have eyes onto him. But is he on the wrong side as he's down to 12 HP? Shiv actually saving Marco's life without realizing as Solval going to be getting eliminated out of that shack. Turbo also going down. Team Yeet were able to get the res, so all attention is on Mark, and down he goes. Raise Your Edge versus Team Yeet. Team Yeet with 2 players left. They're just about 3 play. No! My mistake. SLR is still in the game here for Existential. So Team Yeet with 2 players up. SLR has to play it slow. Doesn't want to give any info away. It looks like Raise Your Edge are focused over towards Team Yeet, but they realize there's more than 2 players left in the game. Shiv just trying to hold this angle. Connects with a couple. Not going to be enough to get the knock. Tries to pre-fire the right-hand side. Not enough as Shiv just laying low now. SLR has drawn some attention to himself. He's catching a little bit of damage. Lopez gets headshot. If only Shiv had a nade right now, he could clean this up. SLR gets eliminated. 2 players left from Team Yeet now. They're the final 2 up against the force that is Raise Your Edge. They are coming alive in this final game as they pick themselves up. 8 kills already. A doozy holding that right-hand side, aware that Team Yeet have to make a push sooner or later. The zone still has them, so they don't have to move just yet, but that's not going to stop Baguette Power as he starts on the rotate. Connects with their headshot. Shiv pushing in, cleaning up. Raise Your Edge picking it up in game number 3. A 10-kill win for them. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break, but we will be back in a couple minutes with some Orangle.
the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors.
Noin! Mikäs Samppa sieltä pilkistää?
Samppara, tässä on pizza aina ollut. Ja laitetaan oikein kotipizzan tuplapepperoni-pizza, koska enemmän on enemmän.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with game number 4 of the evening. One insane first 3 games. We are in the lobby. I have the results for the previous game. Our final Miramar game of the evening. Raise Your Edge win it with 10 kills. That's 20 overall points. Team Yeep second place with 7 kills. And then Existential with an absolutely absurd 15 kill third place. Absolutely insane for them. My mind is blown. Shift W with 7 kills, picking up a lot of damage alongside it though. But how does that affect the bracket? I'm sure you're all wondering. Existential now in first place, going to be overtaking Shift W after those 2 insanely frag heavy games. 1 win and 1 second place. Absolutely insane. So, Existential with 42 points. Shift W in second place with 37. Never Eco in third with 27. Major Militia in fourth with 26, so only 1 point difference. And then YMCA Esports and Raise Your Edge both tied with 23 points. However, YMCA will take the lead there with the 16 kills. 3 more than Raise Your Edge. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We are in the plane. Let's hop on board with the game. It's a wrangle. It's a pretty even plane. Everyone should get exactly where they need to go. However, our first wrangle game of the event, it's going to be interesting to see where teams decide to land. It appeared like we maybe got a hot drop coming out here from couple of these teams, however, deciding to back off, play it safe. Over near Roz, however, does appear like we're going to see teams splitting off. One team going school, apartments, etc. And another sticking to Roz. Wookie Esports going for that spray with the AK, but only 3 bullets left. You don't want to burn through all of that ammo too early. And of course, what is a tournament without a military circle? So it's going to shift down to the south. And oh my, for teams like Lazy Snipers and 7, they have a long rotate ahead of them. But Dino Rats are definitely looking good right now. Salty Mate going to be setting up a bit of a bridge camp here. Takes down Hide Key and also takes down away from Tarkov. So should be able to pick up 2 easy points here for Uncut Jewelry. So 2 kill points very early in the game, as the rest of Never Eco going to be rotating down across that bridge, heading to the south. Very interesting start to the game, as Uncut Jewelry going to be picking up some points. If they were just able to hit 1 more shot over on towards Nugar, they would have been able to get themselves a 3rd kill point this early in the game. They were able to take out the tire. Just not going to be enough, as teams already looking in position start rotating. Zoka a little split off from the rest of Shift W. I'm sure that's nothing to worry about. However, he does have to be careful of all these players around him going to be looting similar compounds. Has to be careful he doesn't get caught rotating between them. However, Babos Genetic, Dino Rats, and I still don't know how to say this team's name, so if anyone is able to help out and maybe tell me how to pronounce this team's name, that'd be awesome. We're going to call them Hen for now. All going to be in a very good position going forward. However, Never Eco, with only 2 players up, there's only so much you can do, especially in these military circles, where there's often a lot less compounds than you'll see up in these central map endings. So it could end up being a little rough for them here. The circle gonna close in just under a minute. This Hen just gonna be running around looting as you do. Not sure what Shift W strat is gonna be here. They do kind of have a perfect position to potentially make a bridge camp. However, those bridge camps can be very risky. You can get those high kill points, but your chances of getting knocked out are just so much higher, as teams rotating will be able to hear you starting to come across. Zoka now will be in a vehicle, tries to rotate down. However, he does get sprayed with the barrel by Saletti. Looked like he was gonna head over towards the water, however, shifts away and decides to group up with the rest of his team. However, Stopari will be heading for this boat. Can Zoka potentially call this out to his teammate? Yes, he can. Is Killer Kai, I've been told his name is. Apologies there. Killer Kai will be able to get the knock over on towards Stopari. So down he goes. Killer Kai picking up the first point of the game for Shift W's. They start to group up and get in position for this rotate. 4 teams going to be heading down over on the west, trying to cross over. See Raise Your Edge working down. Existential with a very wide split here. Could be risky as we see 2 players to the north and 2 on the bridge. And this is what you have to worry about when it comes to camping the bridges. Getting ran over like this is such a common thing, as Rudy and Physics both going to be getting knocked by Raise Your Edge. They pick up some early game points, and it looks like they're getting in the same position to potentially take this now. Salty Mate and Prebz both still alive, but they are far away. Definitely going to be frustrated about the way that ended, having 2 players just caught out in the open in the road. Just getting ran over like that. It's not the way you want to go. As Shiv almost looks like he wanted to move into this compound. However, he is going to take the vehicle with the rest of his team, but this could be exactly what Salty wanted. As Shiv pulls in, so does a doozy. Salty goes for the spray. Down goes a doozy. RYE down by 1 player. Salty has 11 bullets left in his gun. Goes for the reload. Preebs is going to be a bit further down to the south. So the drive-by attempt comes out from RYE. Babos Genetics, I didn't even notice that, are going to be able to clean up Icy Skyer. So Salty going to be on the roof, relying on Preebs for that fire support, but he's far away. So if RIE make this push properly, Salty is going to have a rough time fighting against it. RIE coming out with the flash now. It makes it harder for him to defend this roof. More flashes coming out as Shiv pushes out, takes down Salty. As Dino's actually going to be cleaning up Hen as well. So there's 2 teams already down. These military circles can just be so messy now, as Dinos were able to keep control of that military base where they landed. Very good for them, as Chris looks to be going for this drop. Let's have a look what's in it here. He is going to get the Groza. We did see, I forget who it was from Shift W Key, was rocking this earlier, and Redia is going to be able to take down 1, but Baguette going to be getting knocked from the north in exchange. Existential trying to pick themselves up some early game points. Tabu gets the knock over on towards Kunki. There's SLR tap trying to work his way around. He has that 6x, which we know he can just be so deadly with. For the time being, there's not much he can really do in terms of getting aggressive. Knows that it's RYE ahead. They still have 3 players up. A doozy unfortunately getting knocked earlier on that vehicle push, thinking that the compound was free. Very unfortunate for them. As YMCA are going to be holding this compound with Faberry. Faberry just going to be playing the backside, hops in the vehicle, and looking like he wants to try to get away from this for the time being. Doesn't want to engage unless he absolutely has to, especially on these melee circles where they are just so rough to cross. Turbo going to be able to get the knock over towards Mini. 1 player left up. It's going to be Kunki. Turbo's just trying to work his way around, as Jap is going to be giving some info over towards this player. Kunki just forced to play this shack for the time being. Very limited in terms of options. Kunki goes for the spray. Is it going to be enough, as YMCA going to be returning the fire? Kunki down to 3 HP, but Turbo Banani able to hit the spray from the hill above, and oh, what an awkward circle. Teams are still going to be able to play this north side for the time being. Not going to be forced into the military island just yet, as Legary from Lazy Sniper is going to be the solo player. He heard the shots out earlier, but it appears that Jappy has heard the UAS pull up, so he's just laying low, waiting. Not sure where the rest of Lazy Snipers are, actually. Looks like they headed over to the west, so it's going to be a bit of a rough one here, especially with 7 rotating in through Milta. Shots coming out from Kajotti. Turbo Banani, one more shot. Down goes Legary. Lazy Snipers lose a player. As Babos Genetic, they set up this bridge camp perfectly. They have that M249. It does so much damage. Over on towards PUU, now connecting with so many players. That vehicle is low. Faberry decides to just send it all the way past. Doesn't even want to take this compound. Doesn't want to be within striking distance of Babos as Wolverine spots out Shift W, now taking those SLR shots. Babos will be able to get a bit of a push onto this as Fabs moves down the hill, spots out Zoka, not quite able to connect with any of the shots. Shift W trying to work their way into the circle. Wolverine decides, look, they're moving down the beach. I can go to the east here. Get aggressive from the south. Try to get a side angle as the rest of Babos appear to be disengaging. They want to try to catch Shift W underneath the bridge. They are watching out as best they can. Chris takes the opening shot, so Wolverine aware that he's going to be standing still in a second, bides his time, waits for Chris to stand still. And now he executes, goes for the headshot, connects with one, but he can't hit the follow-up. Chris is able to get down low, that 3 helmet saving him. One more shot, and it would have been the end of him. Over to the north real quick. Let's hop on board with YMCA Esports as they do hear the vehicle from Lazy Snipers heading over to the west. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to engage onto this as Lazy Snipers will just pull a player up on foot. He's forced to bandage. So I'm not sure what the play is here, but Marco all the way down to the south, across the bridge, connecting with the shots. Shift W in an unfortunate position now as Fabs could be taking some big shots alongside Nebby, not able to connect over on towards Killer Kai. Wolverine moving back into his position, making sure that Shift W can't push up this hill onto them. He's being careful, spots out Zoka. Zoka looking like he wants to bait out the shots. Chris spots him though as Wolverine moves down the hill into a little bit of a safer position. Bombi a little bit split off from the rest of his team now. This could end up being messy if he gets caught off guard, as Wolverine appears very focused. Over towards Shift W, spots out Marco as he just plays it slow. Shots coming out, not enough to connect as Marco will be able to play the side. Bombi hears the shots, however, and it looks like he's ready to make a push over this ridge. And down onto Babos Genetic. Bombi looking out. He heard the shot, sees the crate, saw where there could be a player nearby as the zone shifts north. This is a very unfortunate circle here as so many teams going to be forced into such a small area. Major are going to be in a good looking position here as they do have themselves some hard cover. But they're so limited in terms of space inside this circle. Question is, could it potentially shift up north further? We do have that water shift coming in a second as Bombi going to be opening shots over towards Babos Genetic, grabbing that crate, getting the 3 gear as Babos going to be focusing on working their way into circle, holding Shift W out. They are on the very edge. Shift W definitely going to have a rough game here as Master Panhead going to be the last one up from Lazy Snipers. Kreischer going to be getting eliminated by Souls and Austrian's Beer. He's got the mutant with a 2x. What can he really do about it? As the circle closing in, it makes it rough for these teams. Shift W luckily still have themselves a boat to make their way in. Dino able to get the opening knock here over towards Team Yeep. As Team Yeep, 2 of them at least with M249s. The 6x on it for Lopez. Doesn't spot out the player moving towards that vehicle. As the nade coming out from Lopez. Chris was able to get the opening knock over towards Team 7. Asami Takes down one, flushes it out. Rollsy trying to hold the side angle, goes for the spray, not enough. As Asami moving over, Lopez will get traded out as well as Rolzer. So it looks like only 2 players up here from Team Yeep trying to hold this side angle, aware there are going to be players nearby. They're going to try to bait this out as late as they can. Fortunately, not going to get the res before the zone comes in, however. As Yeep just trying their best to hold out Dino Rats. Jesse goes down to circle, and out go Dino Rats in 13th place to the blue. Shift W now. They have to try to make their way in, but Babos are waiting for them. They knew they were in this position. Nebby with that M249 making the most out of that damage buff to the LMGs. Will he be able to make anything out of it as Chris is extremely low HP? Killer Kai gets knocked. Fabs holding this side angle, moves down the cliff a little. As Babos with just a perfect setup here, spots out Chris. However, he's got that 3 gear, but it's not going to be enough as Wolverine tearing into him. Marco and Zoka, the last 2 players up. Zoka deciding to go all the way down to the south. Babos just trying to hold them out. Will Zoka be able to make anything out of this? Let's head over to the western side real quick. As Raise Your Edge going to be making a push over towards 7. Clean it up very quickly. Killer Car goes down to blue as well. 7 getting eliminated in 12th place. As Raise Your Edge just clearing out that south side. Babos Genetic able to take down Zoka. Marco is going to be the last one up. Pops his first aid. He's still got 5 more. However, the vehicle is next to him. It's on fire. Babos decides to just take out the vehicle or wait for him to bleed. It looks like Nebby wants to peek over, realizes there could still be 1 more player up. So now he starts to back off, but it looks like Marco is just going to commit to the bandage and stay in blue as long as he can. Hope that Babos eventually get bored. Then he can maybe do some damage. Nugar going to be able to get the knock over towards Wookie. As Pasquam getting eliminated. Marcos, he decides to hop in the vehicle, but he's in the blue. It's so low on health. It's missing a tire. He's down to half health. Shots coming out from Babos. And he realizes now it's unlikely he makes his way into the circle. However, he has outlasted Never Eco. It's Nugar getting eliminated by SLR. Should be able to med up for the time being, but I don't see any way he really makes it in much longer. Circle shifts down to the south. Little TK with long range mini shots trying to connect over towards YMCA. Not enough, but Babos do have a player inside circle to play anchor as Wolverine just going to be holding this ridge. Spots out Turbo, but can't quite get eyes on that head as he's just behind the ridge here. However, now he connects. Turbo going to be getting taken low. This is Babos' chance to move in to circle. Kahuti trying to hold that northern side. Realizes circle could have allowed players to survive up to the north. As Marco now going to be going out to Milky. However, that's going to draw attention to him as Raise Your Edge pick up another kill point towards Milky, finishing off Team Yeep in 9th place. All these teams now inside the placement points. At least picking up 1. Fab's just trying to clear out all of these shacks to the south. Realizes that they are a threat. So the circle closes in. Everyone inside for the time being, but it could end up being a rough one. It's Babos just playing inside this single compound. Kahuti trying to actually play the beach here. This could end up being a big brain play as he moves around to the north and tries to get that side angle. Maybe not something that Babos are going to be expecting as they realize there is no cover off to the north. Maybe not expecting teams to work on that beach, make their way in like that. Turbo trying to get eyes over towards Babos. Not going to be enough as the zone shifts over to the west. Jap very far back from the rest of YMCA. Needs to hope that Master from Lazy Snipers isn't able to spot him out, but it looks like this could be what Jap was worried about. He makes his way into the compound. Sees the door is open, so maybe going to play it a little slow, or maybe just thinks it will be clear. Clears out the ground floor, realizes it's looted. But as he makes his way upstairs, he could be in for a shock. Jappy just going to lay low for the time being. Shots coming out now over towards Babos as they try to rotate their way around. Turbo connects with a big shot over towards one of the Babos players. Looks like they're going to pull up at the compound using that ridge for cover. The drive-by almost comes in as Souls gets taken down to 10 HP. Tries to peek it, takes down Fabs, goes for the flush. Realizes it's going to be a rough one for him as Jappy third parties onto this. Able to pick up the knock. Jappy making some noise though. Master Panhead deciding not to make any move onto this. Souls, one of 3 players up here from Wookie Esports. As Shiv now picking up the 10th kill of the game for Raise Your Edge. Forget Power will be getting knocked and flushed here by Fabiri. So he plays a little bit further to the south. Raise Your Edge have to work their way into circle. Wookie are focused over towards Babos. But it looks like they're aware players could be moving in with the circle. PUU getting eliminated as Faberi goes down to circle. Raise Your Edge. Aware there could be players inside here, and that's the punishment they get. Saletti takes down one. Last player up is going to be Shiv. As Raise Your Edge with 10 kills, but only in 7th position at the moment in terms of placement. Austrian's beer. Getting flushed out. Wookie. Saletti just trying to hold this side angle. Over not spotting out Shiv just yet. Shiv just playing the very edge of the zone as Major going to be having Bo knocked. Should be all right for the time being. However, it could end up being rough. Panhead still alive inside of this building. Tavu maybe not even aware that he's in there. Just laying low, holding his position. Theo should be able to get res now. Shiv outside of circle. Has to work his way in, but realizes... Not sure whether he realizes that if he works his way in and opens himself too much, then Team Existential will be able to get eyes onto this. The SLR shots coming out from SLR. Trying to take the player out of the U as circle shifts up to the north. I think this might just be the most northerly military circle possible. Somehow, Master Panhead still laying low inside the zone. Talk tries to peek over, spots out the player from Wookie. He goes prone just about in time. Talk takes the shot, but it calls out the attention from BD Jones. BD Jones going to be able to connect with the headshot. Existential still have a player up, so they should be able to get the res. They're not out of it yet, but Shiv spots this, connects with the headshot. Down go 2 from Existential. But is he aware of this player from Team Wookie? As now the Molotov comes out onto Mr. Panhead. He must have just made a little bit of noise. So Lazy Snipers will be getting eliminated. Wookie just laying prone. Shiv sees there's a body here, so knows there could be more. Goes to pop the boost as the zone is about to move in. Saletti just playing slow. Here's the player down to his south. Knew that Shiv was in this position earlier. Wants to take it as a 1v1. Shiv spots him out, preps the nade. Is it going to be enough? Not quite, as it just lands a little bit far. Shiv tries to peek out. Big barrel spray coming out, but Saletti cleans it up. Out go Raise Your Edge in 5th place. 4 teams left standing. Saletti still has to work his way in. And it almost looks like Babos heard these shots. They want to try to work their way towards this fight, but don't want to overcommit to it. Felix trying to get an angle here over on towards that YMCA player anchoring to the north. Doesn't quite have eyes on it as the shots will be getting returned. Major are inside circle as Bo inside this single shack, trying to provide an entrance for his team. Maybe even calling out that this shack is clear So they'll be able to make their way in. Saletti, a very good position here, has the ridge to be able to play for the time being. Shots coming out from Banani. Babos with only 2 players left. Sorry, 3 players left inside one shack. Jappy trying to hold this side angle. Big shots connect. Not enough to get the knock as 2 players from Babos going to be forced to go for the med. Zone about to shift here. As it goes over towards YMCA. So they should be able to potentially pick up a couple more kills here. Jap trying to hold the angle as Tavo going to be holding the left. Takes out the vehicle tires, knows this could be their strategy. Jap trying his best to suppress. As Major now going to start their vehicle rotate in. Bo has been able to make his way over to the shack as the rest of Major try to work in with this. Saletti, the solo player, is just about on the edge of zone. Wants to potentially get himself maybe an entry knock before he sneaks his way in. That will draw the attention of Babos, and he has no vest. Can't afford players to be focusing their fire towards him now, especially as the solo player. Tavo going for that MK spray, has so much ammo. Double crate weapons here. The 3 helmet as well. This could end just so well as more and more smoke's going to be coming out here from Babos. Big shots connecting from Tavo. However, through that smoke, it is just so hard to see anything. Takes down little TK, though. Through the smoke, a good spray coming out. Connects yet again, but not enough to get the flush just yet. Babos not looking like they're going to attempt for the res. Saletti goes down here as Savali going to be spotting him out. Little TK gets flushed now by YMCA. YMCA have to focus up to the north as Major going to be making a push. BD Jones goes down. Savali for this ridge. Can Coyote spot it out? The grenade comes out. The spray as well. Savali gets caught on the tree. 2 players left up from Major, but they are split, so they could potentially make this work as Babos Genetic going to be getting eliminated. YMCA with 8 kill points so far. Definitely their strongest game of the event so far, as YMCA just going to be cleaning up. Make it 10. As now Major with 2 players left, forced to play nothing but the shack. Headshot coming in over towards Felix as he gets absolutely lit up. Smoke's going down for a little bit of cover. Bo has no vest left. Somehow doesn't get punished, moving out of the shack here. As the zone pops in 30 seconds, he has to move into the circle. The smoke's coming down for a little bit of cover, and it looks like Bo is just going to W key it in. Takes the shot over towards Jappy. Gets the knock onto 1. Is it going to be enough as Felix is going to be the last one standing? He's in a 1v2 now. Decides to prep the nade. Wants to confirm that kill if possible. Tavo going to be playing the edge. The 1v3 is going to be rough here. There's Jappy down to half HP while knocked. Felix gets absolutely lit up from Turbo. The grenade comes out. Down goes Felix. YMCA Esports with a 12 kill win for our first Erangel game of the evening.
To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. You have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors.
Noin! Mikäs Samppa sieltä pilkistää?
Samppara, tässä on pizza aina ollut. Ja laitetaan oikein kotipizzan tuplapepperonipizza, koska enemmän on enemmän.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with game 5 of the evening. It's sad to say there's only 2 games left. Genuinely, I'm extremely excited. I don't know about you guys. I want to see how this lobby ends up unfolding. Unfortunately, I can't bring you the scores after last game. The leaderboards haven't been updated just yet, but I'll try and get you those before the end of the game. And by the time you're seeing this, they'll most likely have been updated. I just want to give a quick shout out real quick to Marco. He's actually filling in for Shift W. And after the game before last, he was top fragging tonight. Absolutely insane, but the time has come. We are in the lobby. It is time for a second Erangel game of the evening. I don't know about you, but I am excited. We are here. It's going to be interesting to see whether we have any teams hot drop with a slightly different playing path. Most likely not going to see a military circle on this, but you never know. There is always the possibility in PUBG. It always catches you off guard. As teams appear to kind of all have their drop spots planned out. I don't think these teams have scrimmed together yet. So teams may be not 100% sure on exactly where everyone's drop spots are. However, it does look like most players are going to be safe. Raise Your Edge actually going to be taking Pachinki. I'm pretty sure that's different to what we saw come out of them last game, but definitely not surprising. You often see these higher level teams taking Pachinki and all those central kind of cities. However, we do notice Shift W are actually going to decide to do a bit of a split loot over towards farm. The zone pops to the north. Nothing too outrageous here. It will all depend on that first shift, however. It could potentially end up being a hard northern circle. Banish trying to run over Ali here. Not going to work out, as he will be able to get inside and get himself a gun. You always get excited in case you see those road kills. They're always definitely fun to watch. But for the time being, everything appears to be nice and peaceful. Hopefully not jinxing it. The circle pops up to the northwest, so I'm sure a lot of teams are going to kind of rotate into that position a little later than we saw maybe on the military circle, as those military games are very easy to be camped out. So for the time being, slightly just going to see a lot of teams taking their time, making sure they have themselves some decent loot before making their way in. Also, shout out to these team logos. I absolutely love some of them. Definitely very creative. You can tell the guys who maybe made them themselves. I really respect it. Shout out to you guys, because I don't think you had to put a logo in, but definitely bonus points for anyone who came up with a creative logo and uploaded it. Remember, guys, it's only the top 8 teams actually move on from this evening. I'll just check with the leaderboards updated for you guys real quick, seeing as there's not much going on. Yep, currently it's Existential in first place with 45 points. YMCA are going to be tied for that first place position, also with 45. However, the kill points being the tiebreaker gives Existential the lead. Shift W down in third with 39, and Raise Your Edge with 37. Major Militia with 34. And then Never Eco, 28. And most teams after that around the 15 to 20 point mark. So with still 2 games to go, it is anyone's to take. It really could be anyone's game. Definitely going to be a bit of an issue here for these southern teams that maybe dropped on the south coast and have to work their way into the circle. But for the time being, not much going on. So I guess we'll just stay on board with Ali and just, you know, see what he's looting, see what he's doing, see what maybe gun setup he decides to go with. It does look almost like Puha Patet are kind of wanting to encroach over towards Roz. The circle has shifted up to the north, so they'll definitely, most likely, I should say, try to rotate up to the north, potentially see a shooting range finish. I know that they're one of my favorite to watch. You definitely get to see where the map knowledge comes into it. knowing where all of those ridges are around the area. As things appear to be kind of slow, this kind of is the nature of PUBG Esports sometimes. So we do just have to wait for the action. But I've said it before, and I'm pretty sure I was correct when I said these games that start off slower can end up being the most intense towards the end. Just a reminder, guys, this is the first round. We're going to have another lobby tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. Another 4 lobbies are going to be played to move on to the round of 64. Then a further round of 32, and then the round of 16. As it appears like Lala just going to be looking up to the north, aware that Existential do loot around here and hoping to maybe catch 1 or 2 of them off guard, get some early game points, but he's split off from the rest of his team. So it could end up being a little dangerous here as the first real shots of the game start to come out from Babos's. Major will be rotating past the drive-by almost coming out here from Nebby. Not able to connect, but Bio is unfortunately going to have some issues with his vehicle. It blows up. Nebby will be able to pick that one up. BD Jones all the way up the hill. Little split off from the rest of his team. Felix taking the bike, trying to work his way in. But never Eco. Gonna hear that vehicle rotating. Not sure whether they have a good enough line of sight onto it as Nugard just tries to hop out of that window. Just unfortunately a little too late. As teams now starting to make their rotate. It is interesting to see teams like Shift W rotating in maybe a little later than you would have expected, but they are definitely confident in terms of fighting their way into that center circle, making it in nice and safely. A Shiv from RYE going to be taking some shots over towards the east, trying to catch those players over towards the quad compound as they just slowly but surely work their way in, want to clear themselves off some positions. Babos Genetic definitely with a strong position. We saw them setting up a bridge camp last game, and I would say that this is pretty similar in terms of getting themselves a choke point, trying to hold it down and prevent players from making their way across. It's Tavu going to be grouping up with the rest of YMCA, honking his horn, trying to maybe agitate a couple of the teams, get them to take some shots and take some early game fights. Internet Lord, the solo player here actually from Hen. Not sure exactly what the play is here as he just decides to play the very edge of the zone, holding out down to the south. As actually, no, the rest of his team are rotating in, that'll explain it, but Killer Kai gets the knockover on towards Austrian's Beer. As Wookie Esports are going to be rotating away a little. Zoka, however, is going to be holding a bit of a side angle. If he spots out Wookie, he could do some damage. Trying to work his way in front of them, potentially even go for a drive-by here. He spots out Pasquirm. Tries to pull up. Is it too late? Looks like it might be. As the rest, Wookie Esports are going to be moving a little further east. Physics takes a couple shots over towards Internet Lord. Going to be able to pick up the knock here. As this is definitely a risky one. Existential decide to clown car it right into shooting range. They're committing to this early. They really do believe it's going to end here, and credit to them. They want to get that center circle position by the end game. And there's definitely a good chance it could end there as BD Jones going to be getting an opening knock over towards Existential now. There's a Major Militia are going to be able to make their way in. They're playing it slow. They've definitely caught Existential off guard as SLR are able to connect with big shots over towards BD Jones. Felix trying to move around the side. His talk up to the top. Felix just playing this slow. He's called it out to his team. Where it appears that this Existential player isn't aware Decides not to go for the spray, knowing there's a wall in front. Could have absolutely ruined it. But Talk will be going down to Felix as he plays that side angle. Extensional have been able... Sorry, Major have been able to get the res here. As now, all the way to the south, it looks like 7 are going to try to rotate down to this. Circle shifts down to the east as BD Jones goes for the spray. Not going to be able to get eyes onto it as more and more smoke's coming out. SLR playing that side angle, decides to go with the barrel, but not going to spot out Felix as it goes down to a 3v2 now. Asverin just about able to get the res onto his teammate. That's providing that Major don't decide to push up onto this. They have their vehicles. They know they can make it in. A bit more central on the circle. Shots coming out now from PUU over towards Lapsats. So down he goes. P-Tox tries to return the fire. Will be able to get the knock with the headshot. Not quite able to flush it out before he runs out of ammo, as that fellow PUU player just tries to bait out a little. Save his teammate while he gets behind the ridge. Shift W now making their way across that Rozhok bridge. Many a little bit up the hill, trying to provide support for the rest of PUU. As Kunki going to be getting knocked by Stapari. Big spray coming out here from Killer Kai as Shift W. They slowly but surely made their push up this hill. They're going to capitalize on those kill points wherever possible. PUU now in a bit of a bad position. Only 2 players left. Looks like Fabreri trying to group up with the rest of his team. Killer Kai just trying to spot out maybe 1 or 2 of these players. They see the vehicle. Ooh, yeah. Gonna be able to take a couple shots over towards Killer Kai. Zoka just trying to hold this side angle. Marcos gets the knock over onto 1. This could be their opportunity to push now. Zoka just going to be moving all the way around. Fabiri. Is he going to go for the res? Doesn't look like it. Hops in the vehicle, says no thanks to this. Wants to get into that late game. Go for those placement points. Definitely understandable after losing this many players so early in the game. Circle closing in. Still plenty of place for teams to play. As Anil going to be taking some shots far to the east. Babos Genetic all the way down at that quad compound still. They are just about in circle. Trying to take a couple shots over towards Hen, but to no avail just yet. They realize there are players over in that area, however. So let's hop on board real quick with Iskyer. So they only have 2 players left up. Shift W doing a lot of damage over towards Lapsas. The grenade comes out. Down goes Pete. He actually nades himself, unfortunately. I'm not sure what happened there. Lapsus, he's in the vehicle. What can he do? Zoka playing this side angle. Aware that players could go for the rotate onto this. Flushes out 1. Major Militia getting eliminated as well now. As Lapsa going for that rotate to try to res his teammate. Not sure whether he's aware, however. Chris is going to be waiting for this. Goes for a big spray, but it's not going to be enough for the knock. Grenade comes out, and it looks like that knock should be getting flushed out any second. Killer Kai, he wants to send it. He's going full Mad Max mode in the vehicle. However, he does get caught out here from Lazy Snipers. So going to continue to move back. Killer Kai picking up 1 more point here for Shift W. Circle shifting ever so slightly to the right. Most teams not going to have too much of a problem, but there's just so limited in terms of space here. We see Razor Edge. They've lost a player already. The Shiv is knocked. Not sure whether they're going to be able to get the knock. But get power with the headshot over towards Hasari as they try to vehicle rotate away from this. But Razor Edge want those points. They want to commit to it as much as possible. Baguette with that side angle, just trying to get some shots. There's 2 players still left standing from him. Babos going to be losing a player as well now, as Team 7 going to be holding them out from the western side. Trying to potentially catch out Babos here as SLR shots coming out over towards Hallelujah. Hallelujah just about able to break that line of sight. But Hen are going to be in a really bad position now. They are pinned down. Raise your edge on all angles. However, it does look like Raise Your Edge want to focus on working their way into circle for the time being. So we could potentially see some vehicle drive-bys as Uncut Jewelry try working their way in. Never Eco. A little bit further to the north. They're caught between a rock and a hard place, though. As Uncut Jewelry are going to be up to the north with Raise Your Edge down to the south. They have to commit to one of these fights and commit to it quick because they are just in a dip right now. If they get pushed from both angles, it is an absolute death trap. Raise Your Edge working their way up. Not sure whether they're aware of exactly where Uncut Jewelry are. The shots come out over towards Raise Your Edge as they are forced to back off a little. Rudy doing some big damage here over towards Never Eco, and there's just so many teams over on this western side. Nebby with that MK trying to connect over on towards Hen. It's not going to be enough as Hen now getting caught in a rough position. Hallelujah's going to be the last one, but Raise Your Edge able to quickly clean up. There's a nice, easy 3 kill points for Raise Your Edge as they clean up that team of a Never Eco. They have a dip. I'm not sure whether a Dudesy's even aware of this, seeing as it was Uncut Jewelry were taking the shots over towards Raise Your Edge. Circle centers up. So little cover inside this circle. Teams are just going to be forced to play for kills wherever possible. Killer Kai trying to maybe clear out a vehicle, a compound, but it's just not happening as physics and the rest of Uncut Jewelry decide to move away. SLR shots are going to be coming out from the north as Never Eco try to catch the vehicle rotators. The Get Power goes for the spray onto the UAZ. Not going to be enough, however, as Never Eco forced out onto foot. That vehicle is damaged. Don't want to take it any further. Wookiee Esports with only 1 player left up. Existential were able to get the knock and the flush onto one of their players. Now Wookiee just had Pasquirm just laying prone in the middle of nowhere, just trying to survive. However, Physics could be his saving grace, as Physics just going to be taking long-range shots over towards Existential. Bombi picks up the knock and flush over towards Nebby, so Babos going to be in a rough... Babos going to be able to take this fight potentially, as Bombi is very split off from the rest of the team. The rest of 7 trying to regroup and provide support as Bombi tries to move back into position with the rest of his team to be able to take this fight properly. Wookiee getting eliminated by Raise Your Edge now as they pick up yet another kill point. Chris gets the knock over towards Panhead, so Lazy Sniper's going to be forced in by the zone, held out here by Raise Your Edge. Babos do decide to move down to the south, and this could be the end of Bombi potentially if Babos decide to push up the hill, but for the time being they decide to lay low. Another plane go down here for Lazy Snipers. Marcos connects with the SLR. Yet another one goes down. Only 1 player left up from Lazy Snipers is going to be Legary, but he is getting lit up by Chris now. 1 more shot and he is in trouble. He's dodging and weaving, but Chris is out of ammo. Goes for the reload, and Marco finishes it off. Lazy Snipers eliminated in 13th place now. Let's hop on board with Uncut Jewelry as they try to hold out Raise Your Edge over to the west. Raise Your Edge just about inside circle for the time being, but they're getting lit up from so many different angles. Fab's going to be forced to lay prone. He has that 2x AK and realizes where 7 are now, so Babos going to be making a push, but they only have 2 players left up. Spray comes out over towards Bombi, does a lot of damage, not able to get the knock, goes for the reload. As little TK just throwing all of those nades onto every possible piece of cover in the hopes of being able to take out some players. Zone pushes them in as Babos just playing slowly, working their way down this hill. They realize that they can't head up to the north too much. Zone closing in now. 7 do have their hard cover for the time being. Babos not really going to be able to push this for the moment. Zone shifts over to the east. Absolutely minimal cover. It's going to be rough for all of these teams now. Ladies and gentlemen, spam those emotes in chat. Let me see who you want to see win this game, as there are 12 teams alive. Whoever wins this is going to have to go big. They're going to have to get some heavy kills here. So we do actually see PUU and Icy Sky Esports both right next to each other. I'm not sure whether Laps even realizes there's a player inside of this building. So he just decides to lay low, playing inside of the shack. Raise Your Edge able to pick up 2 here. It looks like Lap's going to focus up over towards this Raise Your Edge fight, as we also will do. 7 will have a player knocked. A doozy trying to take shots with that SLR, but just doesn't have the line of sight. Shiv forced to go prone while he's getting aggressive. Can a doozy potentially just hit 1 headshot over towards an O'Neal? Connecting over towards Madshaw. Down he goes now. It's Raise Your Edge with 3 players left up. Shiv is down and out of the fight. 1 player left up from Team 7 here as he goes for the spray. Takes down a doozy. Long range shots coming in, but the zone's on his back. He knows he's limited in what he can do. 3 HP. And if Raise Your Edge didn't do it, it would have been the zone. Raise Your Edge cleaning up. 7 reborn. Barbosh Genetic also going to be getting eliminated now. It's over on the western side. Big kills coming out here from Existential. Swades takes down 2. The zone's going to be on him, so hopefully going to be able to get the kill points. Dino decide to return the fire as Uncut Jewelry going to be taking some big shots down to the south. Rage Red's third partying onto this, though. Picking up even more damage. Rudy trying to return fire onto Raise Your Edge, but that tree line is cover as far as Raise Your Edge are concerned. They're trying to move down. Big SLR shot coming out from Baguette Power. Does some real damage, but it's not going to be enough as Preb's going to be playing very aggressive here. Takes down 1. Fire gets returned as Baguette Power trying to work his way down the hill with that Beryl 2x, but as he comes out from this tree, he's going to be completely open here to Uncut Jewelry. Rudy able to pick him up. Raise Your Edge getting eliminated, but big kill points for them as they worked their way into the circle. Marco gets the knock over on towards Asamirs. Kahuti tries to go for the spray, gives away his position, however. So it could be a rough one for him. Zone centers up over towards Tavo. Uncut Jewelry getting eliminated. Somehow Villian's still alive. Did I just jinx him as the long range shot's going to be coming out as well as Jap. He is able to get the knock onto Jap, but Zocker's going to be able to finish it off. Yet another kill point here for Shift W. They have 15 kills. Still have 4 players up. Absolutely insane game from them. Marco getting a little aggressive. Realizes Rolly's going to be down the hill. So playing it slow. Has to be careful, however, as Lopper's going to have eyes onto Marco. Decides to go for the vehicle. Wants to destroy it as soon as possible. Rolls is able to take down Killer Kai. Down goes Marco as well. So 2 players left up for Shift W. Will they be able to keep this up, potentially frag out some more, get themselves some better placement, and get maybe a 15 kill win with an absolutely insane nade coming out here from Zocker? Able to knock 1, should be able to get the res onto Mark, but the zone is coming in fast, and Chris is far away. Tries to take shots over towards YMCA. Not going to be able to connect as they are inside the vehicle for the time being. They're a tire down, though. It could do so much if they just connect with 1 headshot. YMCA trying to group up as Lopez takes down Turbo. 3 players left up from YMCA as Chris tries to make his way into circle. Could February go for the spray onto this? Looks like he wants to. Is Chris just going to go down that hill, play the ridge? February deciding not to make any noise for the time being, but a free kill is a free kill. Zocker on the edge of zone needs to try and work his way in to support his teammate. YMCA have the center circle position. Chris playing as a solo, throwing a couple smokes, potentially as a distraction here towards YMCA, but Lopez spots him out, connects. February notices that Chris gets lit up. February gets the kill. Shift W down to 1 player left. It's going to be Zocker. Can they keep up this sheer fragging ability and get the win here? Let me see those Shift W emotes in chat because I know that you have them. I've seen them before. Tavu connects. Zocker going for the drive-by. However, not quite able to get it. Tavu with the long-range spray over towards Zoka. Takes him out. Shift W down in 4th place, but with 15 kills. Absolutely insane. For Barry just laying low as we're down to our final 3 teams. Team Yeep over on the eastern side. Only 1 kill, but these placement points can be big, especially in this 6-game format that we currently have. Milky just trying to watch every possible angle while Lopez focuses the fire over on towards the known player's position. Are kind of low on ammo, so they do have to commit to something quick. Milky will be inside the circle with this zone favorability. And it looks like they maybe spot out that PUU player. But did they, as they take the SLR shots? Not going to be able to connect. So for Barry, for the time being, will be able to play this rock without YMCA noticing too much, but he is getting absolutely lit up here from Team Yeep as he's just forced to play these smokes as his only form of cover. Moving down the hill, Jappy is aware. Once they realize Team Yeep are going to be taking shots here over towards PUU, Jap turns around and he wants to focus. Fabrari taking even more shots as he throws down more smokes for cover. The zone is closing in. Fabrari has to push here over towards YMCA. Goes for the re-smoke to cover his rear. There's more shots going to be connecting over towards Fabrari. They go for the spray through the smoke. 1 or 2 bullets could do it here, but they're just not going to connect just yet as Jappy with 6 bullets left. It looks like Fabrari going to deny to zone. That's what he does. 2 teams remaining. It's Team Yeep and Team YMCA Esports. Lopez holding this right-hand side as they do have the zone for the time being. They don't have to move, but they're going to take the vehicles anyway. They want to try to get themselves a side angle, but Milky going to be getting taken down to 19 HP. Just 1 more bullet could do it as he pulls up to the tree. He's got himself an angle now. It worked out. It was a risky play, but it worked out in their favor. Lopez going to go for the bandage. Milky doing the same, going for the heel, throws down a smoke for a little bit of cover. Is he going to peek out onto YMCA? No, they don't have an angle onto him, and he has a little ridge that he can play for the time being. But Lopez goes down. Milky going to be the last player up here for Team Yeep. As Kahuti gets the knock. Tavu going to be coming from behind with the barrel. Milky goes for the spray to try to return it, but not able to connect with any of the shots. Team Yeep with only 1 kill so far. They need to try and pick this up. Down goes Jappy. Tries to commit to the flush, but he's only got 30 bullets left. Can't risk it. As now Team YMCA are closing in on his position. The grenades coming out. The Molotovs as well. We'll throw on X-ray so that you guys can see the other players a little better. As Milky just holding the very edge of the smoke. Goes for the spray. Takes down one. He's taking it down to 1v1 here. Goes for it, but not quite enough. As YMCA Esports will be able to pick up our 5th game of the evening with a 7-kill win. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short little ad break and we will be back with our final game of the evening. I will see you guys shortly.
To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors.
Noin! Mikäs Samppa sieltä pilkistää?
Samppa, ratkaisu pizza aina ollut. Ja laitetaan oikein kotipizzan tupla pizza, koska enemmän on enemmän.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an insane end to our 5th game of the evening. Almost able to clutch it out there, but just not quite. So close. We are back on a wrangle. It's a pretty even plane. Don't expect too many surprises right now. But it is our final game of the evening for the PSL Elisa Viihde Fall Challenge. This is round 1 and this is group 3. And let me tell you, I am excited to see which teams manage to qualify and move on to the next round. Remember, guys, it is the top 8. I will try my best to bring you the updated leaderboard as soon as it is available. But we are here. It is on a wrangle. Hopefully, not going to see too many hot drops coming out, as most teams do appear to be kind of comfortable in their drop spots. No one really hot dropping too much. Or did I just jinx it? As we have Lazy Snipers and YMCA Esports both going to be heading over towards Yaz. This could be a bit of a messy one right here, as we will stay on board. 8 players landing in one city. It could be dangerous. However, you'll often see these teams decide to just have one half of the city each. Hopefully, not too much to worry about. As Rosvo tried to peek out, tried to, get eyes onto those parachuting players, but he just wasn't loaded up in time. And oh my, I spoke too soon. This circle is going to be messy. So much water in it. And half of it is on Military Island. So expect to see a finish around Primorsk, maybe a bit further north. But let me tell you, whatever this ending is going to be, it's going to be rough for a lot of these teams, especially teams that are up here in Yaz that have not only a long way to rotate, but they also have YMCA to contest with. So the question is, will Lazy Snipers be able to do it, to clutch their way and make it into the top 8 and move on to the next round? Once again, guys, make sure you spam those emotes in chat. Show some love to your favorite teams, as if they die early, it's their final game. It might be a bit demoralizing, but knowing they've got your support can make all the difference. So spam those emotes. Show your favorite teams some love and support them in the final game of the evening on a wrangle, game number 6. I want to start off by saying it's a pleasure. Thank you, everyone, for joining. The top 8 teams will be moving on to the next round. We have yet another lobby that will be hosted tomorrow. Same time, same place. Very excited to see exactly how that lobby ends up unfolding. And Roz now with the VSS trying to get lines of sight on towards YMCA. No vest, however, so has to be careful, especially with taking these engagements. Such a long way to go for this rotate. Does appear that a lot of teams are going to be making their way in already. As down to the south, we see Wookiee Esports going to decide to go with maybe not the best bit of cover, but it will get them into the circle and give them something to play off while the rest of the team regroups. I like it. It's definitely not the kind of compound you want to play for the entire game, as it's very easy to get walked up on. But I like it. They get in a position that's central, pretty central in the circle, to be able to play off late game. As Uncut Jewelry going to be grouping up to the north a little, getting themselves some hard cover to be able to play Raise Your Edge, moving in, leaving Pachinki nice and early this time. Not wanting to get left behind too much, as Wookiee Esports will be moving in, grouping up and potentially working for something a little stronger to be able to play. As teams working in from the northeast. It's going to be a rough one for a lot of these teams. However, the edge of the circle isn't really being camped just yet, so they don't have too much to worry about. But Team Wookiee do As Raise Your Edge are going to be moving in from the northeast towards them. Shiv getting aggressive. Not sure whether they were aware of the vehicles that came this way earlier, but it looks like they know there are going to be players up here. There's a reason they're not taking vehicles into this. As Shiv just playing down to the south as much as possible, trying to work his way up. Spots out one of the players from Team Wookiee. Decides not to take the spray there. Doesn't look like he's been spotted out himself, but Wookiee will be going for the jump scouts. Big spray coming out here from Redia. Not going to be enough as he switches over to the mutant, doing some big damage over on towards Team Wookiee, as maybe Wookiee don't actually realize that they are being pushed from all different angles here. Shiv playing slow, trying to work his way up the hill. Get aggressive, get some damage onto one. A doozy going to be getting knocked in return. Big spray coming out here from Shiv, takes down two. Where Wookiee have lost 2 players here. Shiv just doing so much damage, picking up the flushes, confirming the point. There's now Redia coming from the side angle, able to take down one. Sleddy half HP. There's only 1 player remaining from his team, and he's knocked. Raise Your Edge, trying to get aggressive here. They know his position, but the smoke is just providing such good cover. Raise Your Edge, working all the way around. Maybe not even expecting him to still be in here. But never mind, as Beget Power with the AK cleans up Wookiee Esports as they get eliminated in 16th place. Our final game of the evening. Let's hop on board here with Shift W real quick. Zaka going to be taking some big SLR shots over towards Stapari. Able to pick themselves up an early game point. There's a couple more players going to be rotating past. Will Marco decide to take some shots? Doesn't look like he's quite got the eyes that he needs, but Chris does, however, as he hops out of his vehicle, goes for the barrel spray, connects with the headshot. Down goes Levi. As he goes for the roadkill just to finish it off. Add insult to injury. It's Chris just looting up here. Being very careful not to give anything away for free, knowing that there could be players after him. As the circle closes in, it's a rough one for all these teams to play. We still see Roz for Pasty and the rest of Lazy Snipers playing in Yaz. It looks like they're going for the late rotate. They really do have to pray for the best here. As Nebby going to be taking a couple shots over towards one of those final remaining players, as P-Tox just about able to get inside of that shack, but he really needs to hope for circle here, as teams from all different angles are going to have eyes on him if he has to move. Now teams finally starting to get inside of circle. Lazy Snipers, better late than never, I guess. But they're going to be tanking a lot of blue damage. You really have to hope that they have those meds, those 3 backpacks and vests to be able to survive. As Salty Mate trying to spot out Stovey. He's up on the hill. As Hulala are actually going to be getting road killed here as he gets flushed out. Babos Genetic going to be taking a couple shots over toward Pete, but can't quite find the headshot. Nebby is very split off from the rest of his squad now here, as the circle actually centers up. This is going to be a very rough circle here, as there's such a large amount of that military island still inside of the circle. Shift W taking a couple shots, just clearing out that compound ahead of them, as Raise Your Edge decide to move in very quickly. So arguably 2 of our strongest teams here could potentially end up coming head to head. Shift W, hear the vehicles moving in. So many shots off to the north, however, as Babos Genetic going to be taking big shots. Zoka tries to connect over towards Team Yeep, doing some big damage, but not quite able to get the knock, as everyone now scrambling to try to get themselves some cover. Mini tries to push over towards Rosie. It's not going to be enough as Rosie now getting eliminated. Team Yeep going to be able to pick themselves up at least 1 point. However, they do lose a player in return. Raise Your Edge have got themselves some hard covers, so Baguette is going to be moving the vehicle inside of the compound as PUU going to be getting eliminated in 15th place. Very unfortunate. After full sending it right into the center, it's just not going to be enough. Lazy Sniper's still moving in from the northeast, so Lapsers could potentially get eyes onto this if they decide to play the top of the hill. But it doesn't appear like they're going to. Lazy Snipers will be able to make it in for now, but they could get held out down over towards Primorsk. We do have Hen. They're going to be holding players off from the western side as Fab's just slow. Okay, I think that was an observer bug. Apologies there. So Fabs is in fact not there. Bombi moving up to the north, trying to work in. However, never Eco going to be spawning him out. Blutcher does some serious damage over towards Blot. Bombi. Is Bombi going to be forced to play this shack for some safety? Blutcher trying to move down to the south and make a push with the rest of Not Eco and catch Bombi off from the rest of his team. Is Existential actually going to be making a push over towards Ali and Inoil, sorry. So he's just laying prone with the barrel, waiting for them. He's taken some damage. That's going to be the end of him as he's just about able to get the knock, not quite the flush. So Bombi is going to be one of the 2 remaining players here from Team Existential. Is now Shiv going to be taking some shots over towards Shift W. As Shift W trying to work their way into this ridge. 2 players very split off from the rest of the team. They do have to be careful now. As Blutcher able to get the knock over towards Bombi. So 7 only going to have 1 player remaining, and it's Madshaw, and he is all the way down in Pachinki. So the zone closing in now. How will it shift? There's still such a huge amount of water, so you'd expect the northwestern shift to come out, but it is still anyone's game to play for. As the circle closes in, Madshaw going to be taking his vehicle to work in. Shift W and Raise Your Edge both with that center circle as it shifts over to the west. Hen going to be trying to spot out that vehicle from the final 7 player, but they don't quite have eyes on it. As Madshaw should be able to make his way into the circle undetected, or should he? Is Internet Lord going to be able to spot out Mad? Takes a couple shots, trying to connect with that SLR, but it's just not going to be enough. As Madshaw makes his way into the circle a little more, should be able to grab himself a shack or a ridge, but the whole of Ferry Pier is free. Could potentially think about playing this now. As we see where all these teams are. Lapsaz still outside in the blue, afraid to come out. With 14 teams alive, I doubt he's really going to get any placement points as Shift W have been just hammering down on him since spotting his position. So Lapsaz is looking in a bit of a rough position. Shift W, I'm really liking the split they've got going on here. It shows complete control of this zone. But if Chris gets caught out in this solo position, it could end badly for them. Rudy going to be taking some shots over on the west, trying to catch out Never Eco, but still just not able to connect with any of those body shots into the vehicle that is moving. Baguette taking shots over towards those players off to the north. As Raise Your Edge, the only players with real hard cover inside of this compound. As Shift W will be able to grab themselves the gas station compound, but it's hard to rotate out of. It's going to be a dangerous one. As Wolverine with big shots over towards YMCA, but 94 HP shot coming in takes him low. So YMCA going to be aware of Babos' position now. They have to be careful in terms of making their way in. They are inside circle. The only team that really isn't right now is going to be Existential, as they do slowly but surely make their way in. Tok going to be healing up as he hops in the car. Existential with 3 players left up. They're going to be catching a little bit of heat here from Hallelujah, potentially, as they try to work their way into circle. Shiv going to be able to take out one as he pushes over towards one of the final players from Dino. Pushes into the shack, expecting someone to be there, but he isn't. So Shiv should be able to clean up, as Dino still have 2 players up. Not sure exactly where they are. They are actually over on the northeastern side. Circle centers up, nothing too surprising. No water left in it, as Lapses will be going down to Jesse now. Lazy Snipers still have a player solo on the northeast with that VSS. We've seen it used effectively in comp games before, so it is definitely viable if you know how to use it. Shiv will be flushing out that knock, confirming the kill now. Babos Genetic in a bit of a rough position. Rosvo going to be getting flushed out now, as Lazy Snipers losing another player. Team Eep, they know there's going to be players coming sooner or later. They throw down the pre-nades. They are ready for this. They go for the spray. The drive-by attempt comes out. It's not going to be enough, as they actually close down the shack. But oh no, they threw a grenade. And Team Eep are actually going to be getting hit from long range here by Never Eco. and Raise Your Edge. So both Existential and Team Eep are going to be getting eliminated there. The nade went down. It forced Existential back outside of the shack. And oh my, it ended badly, as Raise Your Edge just absolutely farming now on 9 kills. Looking ready for their 10th, as Babos going to be trying to move in to the shack. Not going to be able to catch them, however, as Savali... Make it 10 now, sorry, I think. As Savali, a little bit split off from the rest of his team, does have that ridge that he is able to play. Shiv still trying to get aggressive here into the shack. It looks like it might just have connected. There it is. Shiv picks up another 2 kills, taking it to 11 kill points so far here for Raise Your Edge. Absolutely insane game coming out from them now, but they are very split off from the rest of the team. They have the center circle, but Shift W have their attention set over towards Raise Your Edge. Zocca going to be healing up. Lazy Snipers still with 2 players up, looking towards Zocca. So they have to provide him some support here, they will be split off. Internet Lord trying to take some long-range shots outside the circle, as Shift W will be able to clean up yet another point. P-Tox goes down here, so we'll be getting eliminated over on the western side, however. Uncut Jewelry try to work their way in. Big shots coming out here from Physics. Not enough to connect, but definitely keeping Never Eco's head down. Throws down some smokes as High Key returning with grenades. Physic just playing slowly, hoping for support off the rest of his team. Salty trying to find the side angle. Is able to take a couple shots, but they're on the back foot. They're limited in terms of how much they can move now, with the zone on their tail. They are safe for the time being, but Never Eco are just getting more and more aggressive. It's Chris gonna be able to clean up the final player from Lazy Snipers, as now Zocca should be able to work his way into the circle safely for Shift W. Butcher laying prone, tries to get eyes on towards Uncut Jewelry. As they engage the rest of his team, he's forced to peek up. Hasari able to pick it up. Nugar getting taken down low as well. 2 players left up. It's going to be Hyde Key and away from Tarkov. Tarkov is all the way off to the north. He can't really support his teammate here. Is High Key going to be the last one up in this fight? Salty tries to peek over, takes him down. Tarkov with 3 players on his team down. He has to be careful. Hits the spray. Down go Uncut Jewelry. As Eco should be able to get the res onto these players while still having that circle. So they are inside safely for the time being. Razor Edge with that hard cover. However, if they have to come out of it, I'm sure Shift W are definitely going to cause problems for them. It's Chris just taking big long-range shots over towards Dino Rats. Connects with one and the second, but Dino Rat's going to be going prone. Marco finishes it off. 1 player left up here for Dino Rats, and it doesn't look like they have an angle on him. Or do they? As Marco will be taking shots towards him. Zocker's trying to look in that direction, just keeping an eye out. Knows that the smoke came out, so has an idea what bail he's behind. Pops that med kit, but the zone is on him. He has to run the gauntlet. YMCA tried to push in, but it's Chris able to quickly clean up, takes out Tavu. Zocker going for that SLR spam. Is it going to be enough as Dino's last player just able to go prone, and it looks like he's most likely going to deny to zone. No, he isn't. He's sending it in. He wants these kills here. As Killer Kai actually going to be getting hit from Hallelujah now, so he's going to be a little distracted, but Zocker's able to clean that one up. Down goes Jermu, and the rest of Dino Rat in 7th position. Starry going to be hitting Killer Kai from long range. The Killer Kai going down, but Shift W key already on 12 kills. Absolutely insane for them as Razor Edge starting to make a push out. Chris is going to be holding this left-hand side, aware that Razor Edge are trying to make a move. Throws down the Molotov as a little bit of a distraction while he moves back, just hoping to maybe connect onto one of them. Over on the western side, Never Eco. They're going to be doing some big damage over towards Major Militia. However, Major are going to be forced to reposition. Bio gets the knock and the flush over towards away from Tarkov. Hired Key tries to peek up, and he gets spotted out as well. Bio running out of ammo now as Razor Edge going to get 1 player eliminated. Chris able to hold that side angle effectively while moving back. 2 players from Razor Edge. They are still inside the circle, so don't necessarily have to push, but it looks like Zocker and Marco want to move on to this. They're prepping the nades. Over they go. Are they going to be able to connect? Doesn't look like it as Razor Edge decided to back off back into the hard cover. Zone shifted towards them so they can make this work. So Volley hears out Heidke above, so he's playing so slow. Chris able to take down Hallelujah. Heidke goes for the spray, gives his position away. Savali will be able to return it. However, Nuga able to get the knock onto his teammate in return. Savali the last one up here for Team Major. Nuga going to be getting low, going for the heal. Savali needs to focus on the res. Shift W have the whole eastern side of the circle. Spam those emotes. This could be it. Can Shift W potentially take that first place? Get that first place in the leaderboards to move on to the next round. See where these teams are. Madshot and Hasari, the 2 solo players, just playing that ridge ever so slowly. They're going to have to move sooner or later, but it really is a game of chicken at this point. God, just laying slow. Savali trying to clear out every possible angle. This is such a messy area to fight. So many different potential positions that teams can play. Little does he know, as soon as he crests over this ridge, Nugar is going to be waiting for him there. Savali trying to peek over to get a little bit of info, but nothing just yet. He has been able to get the res on towards Felix, so this could be it. Takes down Nugar. Never Eco down in 6th place. So we're down to 5 teams remaining. Shiv is going to be getting naded by Chris here. Zocker goes for the flush. That's going to give a little info away. They spot out Baguette as Chris trying to move, trying to hit the spray. Is he able to do it? Yes, he is. Chris takes another one now for Shift W as they are on their 16th kill of the game. They could absolutely clean up this lobby here. But real quick, let's hop on board down here as Madshaw actually has a shotgun here. Decides to switch the Millie. Decides to switch the Mini. I was going to say Hasari is holding him out, but Was just holding the wrong angle, unfortunately. Madshaw was able to clean that one up. Shift W, they're working their way down now. Can they make it a 19-kill win? There's 2 players left standing, 1 from each team. As Felix heard the shots down the hill, he's laying prone. 35 seconds until zone pops. Let me see those emotes. It's looking like Shift W could potentially take this here as they flex out, but they have to be careful not to give too much info away. Maybe thinking it could be 2 teams remaining. Felix just laying low in the bush. Mark gonna try to move over the top and potentially pick up some kills here, but it's gonna be a rough one. Felix tries to move down, spots out Madshaw, but Madshaw does a complete 180. Unfortunately, not going to be enough as Felix able to connect with a big headshot. Now Shift W, they're all going to group up. Down goes Felix. Shift W with an 18-kill win in our final game of the evening. What an absolutely insane way to wrap it up for Game 6. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Chunks. I've been your host for the evening. It has been a pleasure casting for you. And I hope to see you next time, tomorrow, for some more PSL Elisa Viihde Fall Challenge. We're going to run a quick ad, and then we're going to wrap it up. By the time you guys are seeing this, the leaderboard should be updated. So make sure do ! Leaderboard in chat.
To the untrained eye, you look like everyone else. But you have another side. Embrace it with a machine that's worthy of you. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. Legion by Lenovo, powered by Intel Core i7 processors.
Noin. Mikäs Samppa sieltä pilkistää?
Samppa, ratkaisu on pizza, aina ollut. Ja laitetaan oikein kotipizzan tupla pepperoni pizza, koska enemmän on enemmän.